Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto was heir of Cursed Throne King? Movie 1. Uzumaki Naruto was not having a good day. He was running away from waves and waves of mobs, screaming, demon and monster. Why though? Why were they chasing him? He didn't do anything to them. He ran to one area. He ran to another. Finally, he reached an area where a big manor stood. And the roads there lead left and right. He was too busy thinking of the reasons why they hated him, that he didn't notice that he tripped. Ow, damn it. Of all times to trip, my leg had to choose the time where I am being chased. Naruto clutched his bleeding knee. He heard rumbling from behind him. Shit, I gotta get out of here, fast. Naruto turned to his left. He heard rumbling. To his right, more rumbling. I'm trapped. Hopefully, the door is open. He crawled his way, slowly, to the door. There he is. One random villager shouted, "Wait, that house." Another shouted, "It can't be. Stop him. That house. Stop him!" Before he was cut off as Naruto put his hands on the door. Surprisingly, it opened, making Naruto stumble into the house. The door closed, thus, muffling the sounds of outrage, shock, and whatever you hear when someone you hated entered the house of your hero. Naruto opened his eyes to see an upside-down stairs. He turned upright. As soon as he dusted himself off, he looked around. He saw a bunch of seals covering most of the walls. That's weird. Even my room didn't have these much security. Anyway, I hope the person that lives here doesn't hate me. With that, Naruto walked up the stairs. When he reached the top, he saw a sofa facing a large TV set, a fully prepared kitchen, a master bedroom after he went to check out each of the said areas, of course, and a bunch of other things when he turned his attention to a shelf full of pictures of. It had the Yondaime Hokage in it, and a red-haired woman, that Naruto assumed, that was his wife. Uh-oh, I'm totally screwed. I'm in Yondaime-sama's house. No wonder the villagers didn't like me going in here. I hope that the ones who took residence here later on wouldn't mind if I just look at the pictures. He looked at the other pictures. He saw the previously said people with a white-haired man with warts, and a blonde-haired busty woman with a gem on her forehead. Another picture contained the Yondaime and his wife with the sandame. Another contained the Yondaime on the right side of the frame, cross-armed, while 3 other people just faced the picture. The only girl there and the white-haired boy, is he related to the guy with the warts? Nah, no resemblance. Smiled at the picture, while the third person, and the one in the middle of the previously said people, held up his hand in a peace gesture and holding it at the other side of the white-haired boy. You know, what that looked like, right? But one particular picture took his interest. It contained the Yondaime Hokage, who was holding out his left arm to hug his wife, and his wife, both of which had one of their hands on the latter's stomach. It seemed to be a bulge. Pregnant, huh? Hey, I hope your child is treated well, Yondaime-sama. Naruto noticed writing on the bottom. Namikaze Minato, Yondaime Hokage, Konoha no Kiroi Senku, with his wife, Uzumaki Kushina. What? Yondaime-sama's wife had the same last name as me. Maybe, she could be, nah. She couldn't be related to a demon like me. Moving on, and their soon-to-be newborn son, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. What? I am the son of the Yondaime Hokage. But, I can't be. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the demon brat of Konoha, the village pariah. I can't be related to royalty. Especially, someone as royal as Yondaime-sama. Naruto heard a voice saying, "You are, Naruto," in his head. No, it must be somewhere. He followed it. He felt something calling to him. He looked around to hear its voice. He found it behind a door that was hidden behind the master's bedroom. As soon as he entered it, he felt cold. He turned back, but found the door shut tight and locked. He was trapped, but, somehow, something kept him warm. The voice called him again. He turned to see a sword encased in ice, its shape matching the sword. It had a skull-like shape attached between the hilt and the blade. Its blade had serrated edges which were uneven, and at the middle of the blade, a bunch of lines were written in it. Another sword is beside it. It seemed to be floating in midair. Its blade was big, and it had some sort of circle along the back of it. The swords seemed to leak off tremendous power. Naruto approached both of them. He proceeded to touch the hilts. When he did, he shouted out, before he was brought into his mindscape. Naruto opened his eyes again. He found himself, this time, in a sewer. But it is different. The walls and the water touching it were frozen. The pipes were chilly. So far, the only thing not frozen was the water and Naruto himself. He looked around. He found some sort of red light emitting from a corner. He followed it. When he turned the corner, he was shocked at what he found. It was a cage, probably big enough to put 2 or more Hokage towers in it. He looked up to see 2 red, slitted eyes looking down on him. "Welcome, Naruto-kun, Ky Kyuubi," the said fox nodded. "Hi, I am the Kyuubi no Yoko. I have been sealed inside you because of your father." It wasn't a dream. Of course, it wasn't. Why, do you still not accept the truth? I can't believe it. I am the son of the Yondaime. I shouldn't be related to him. I mean, I am a mere ant compared to him. Instead of blaming his father, he finds something else to blame. Impressive. It is true, Kit. Just remove the whisker marks and lengthen your hair a bit, and make you a bit taller, and switch your orange jumpsuit with a Jonin vest and a white cloak with red flames, you look just like him. Oh, well, nothing will come out of wallowing over it. Now then, why am I here? I don't really know, Kit. Probably because you touched that sword. Indeed, Kyuubi. A voice alerted the two. It came from the area where Naruto appeared. "Welcome, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, or should I say, my new heir." The figure showed itself to show a man, wearing some sort of armor. He had a helmet on. Skull-like knee guards on his, knees. Furs covering majority of his armor. His eyes glowing blue, and I mean, literally glowing. Some sort of smoke-like thingy was getting out from his eyes. "Sorry, I don't know what Arthas looks like." "Holy shit, mister, your eyes are burning," Naruto shouted to the entity before him. The said entity had a tick mark on his head. "My eyes aren't burning, you fool." "Huh, then, why do they look like that?" "Good question. Let's just say that these come with the helmet." Naruto jumped up and down. "Cool, can I try it on, mister? Can I? He keeps repeating those words until the figure had enough. "No," Naruto pouted. I wanted to try it." "You will try it, young one, if you pass my test." "Test? What test?" "Just a simple test to prove that you are, indeed, my heir." "But what about the, welcome my new heir, thing before?" "That was a simple thing I worked on so that any of my descendants would be overconfident and attack me out of that. But from your question, it seems that you didn't know about the Namikaze clan history." "History?" Naruto asked. "Oh, this is going to be good." Naruto sat down as he listened to the story. "It seems you want to hear it. Very well, the Namikaze clan history." The figure seemed to sit down on thin air. But on closer inspection by Naruto, he found water spout from his seat and formed a throne. "Before I was called Arthas Menethil, I was a paladin, at that time. One of the greatest, and this was not due to the fact that I was the son of the king." "Wow, you were the son of the king?" Naruto shouted. The man, now known as Arthas, hit him on the head. "Yes, son, heir, etc. Now don't interrupt me. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, the paladins. They were considered as the most prestigious class of warrior in our land. They believed in the light. It deals with good things. Helping people, doing errands, you know, the works. But one particular event made me turn my ways. The undead scourge began their siege. They plagued our food, putting in it a poison that makes the eater a mindless zombie." Naruto shivered at the thought. "I know, little one. Moving on, a dreadlord named Malganis lead these attacks on." Naruto was about to interrupt but Arthas' glare shut him up. "I will explain all in due time. Now, Malganis continued these attacks, which were ranging from simple villages to my kingdom. When I hunted him down, he provoked me by using the thing I held most dear, my people. Thus, I chased him all the way into a frozen wasteland called Northrend. I continued on my quest, and eventually, found one of my long-lost friends, Muradin Bronzebeard, a dwarf. He was looking for the legendary blade, Frostmourne, which was the sword you saw outside. Anyway, I decided to help him in this quest, in return that I would use it to slay Malganis. We eventually found the blade, but it carried the inscriptions, "Whomsoever takes up this blade shall wield power eternal." Just as the blade rends flesh, so must power scar the spirit. Naturally, Muradin suspected that it is cursed, but I didn't heed his warning. I promised it anything it desires just so that I could save my people, which got Muradin killed. In the end, I did kill Malganis, but in turn, I lost my humanity. I killed my own father, no thanks to that Lich King for goading me into it. I was summoned once more to serve the Lich King again. This time, to summon Archimonde, an Eridar warlock. With that done, I proceeded back to my land. A few days later, I heard that Archimonde was killed by the combined forces of the humans, orcs, and night elves. Just as the Lich King has seen. We planned to rid my land of people, and so we did. Halfway through the whole ordeal, however, I felt pain. Next thing I knew, the Lich King was talking to me. He told me to go to Northrend again. After I had finished my business in Lordaeron, I went back to Northrend. There I met Anubarak, a crypt fiend. He helped me achieve my goal of going to the Frozen Throne. The Lich King wanted to merge with me, and I heeded. Thus, I became the new Lich King. Years later, I received a report that the humans and orcs banded up to attack my kingdom, which failed, of course. I faced them sometimes, to taunt them or to fight them head-on. They even brought some of their own reinforcements. Those flying machines of the humans, the firewood-throwing catapults of the orcs. I knew, after those abominations arrived, that I had very little chances of holding them off. So I did the next thing anyone would do. I asked my leader. He helped by saying that, once, a prophet, Medivh, used a portal to transport orcs into this world. He said that the same portal could be used to defeat my enemies. I complied. I found it lying on a desert, temporarily deactivated. I used Frostmourne to activate it. It worked. I decided to choose a demon for helping me. But when I found the lair, most of them denied my request. The only one who didn't was the right-hand man, the Jubi. Naruto gasped. There was someone who was stronger than Kyuubi. He told me that he was sick of their land's way of ruling. They ruled out of fear. He was so sick of it that he was willing to leave his land, forever. He agreed to help me defeat my enemies. When I returned with him, the humans, orcs, and even, my minions were shocked at what they saw. They had never seen this kind of demon before. Regardless of the shock, my minions cheered for me while my enemies stood transfixed with fear. In mere seconds, Jubi destroyed my enemies. I granted him anything he desired and all he said was a good night's rest. I asked him for how long. He replied, long enough for humans to be the only ones living. I agreed. Thus, Jubi was granted his long-deserved sleep. I hid his body underneath the Frozen Throne. The army's defeat brought more and more armies for me to deal with. This time, they didn't have the necessary resources to remake their abominable machines. I defeated them easily. In the end, I was defeated by a man named Tyrion Fordring, wielding Ashbringer, which was the other sword you saw. Truthfully, I was shocked to see both swords there. Both light and dark standing side by side. I never would have guessed it. Anyway, continuing, Frostmourne was destroyed. Luckily, a little fraction of my soul was left in it. Not the Lich's, mine. The new Lich King was killed, later on. I gathered the fragments and began to repair it. I realized my mistake, that time. I was too greedy with my own power that I didn't even notice where I was heading, to the darkness. I grabbed Frostmourne out of greed. So, I tried to make up for it. I repaired fully and took it away from Lordaeron. I hid it inside a sheet of ice, waiting for my true heir to pick it up. You see, I left a little bit of my soul inside a woman, Jaina Proudmoore, before I hid Frostmourne. Hopefully, she would marry and have children having my soul in him, her. After my soul children, as I may call it, were old enough, as in had babies, I used my soul inside them, to call them to Frostmourne. In a sense, I manipulated them. I led them to Frostmourne. I appeared in their minds to test them. Sadly, no one survived. They all lost their souls to me. Naruto stood up. No way in hell is he going to let his soul be lost to a damn skeleton. Forgive me, Naruto. That was the only thing that I can't remove out of the sword's system. It is somehow programmed into it. My descendants grew and grew until one of them married a namikaze. Thus, the sword being here. I didn't know how they moved it, but somehow they did. Now, let me show you my memories with your father. Arthas, Kyuubi and Naruto's surroundings grew blurry and shifted before it stopped and showed that they were in the same room as the swords were. Flashback. Minato entered the room, where Frostmourne and the other sword currently lay. Hey, I never thought that I would use you. I heard from my mother what happened with the last namikaze to touch you. I just hope that you will choose your wielder, soon. Hold me, child. A voice made Minato jump. He looked around to see no one. I am from the sword, namikaze Minato. Grab the hilt and shape your destiny. Minato stood transfixed at what happened. He slowly walked towards it, his hands outstretched. He was about to grab its hilt when... Ah! A scream knocked Minato out of his stupor. Kushina. With that he left the room. Flashback end. Wait, that was it? Naruto asked. Of course, fool. I was confined within the room. Naturally, I couldn't figure out where the scream came from, but I felt a part of my soul in it. So I assumed that his wife was giving birth to you. October 10th. Okay, but how about this, Ashbringer, sword? What is its history? I believe I could answer that question. Out of the same entrance entered a red-haired, bearded, and mustached man wearing golden armor appeared. It is a pleasure to see you, son of Kushina. I am Alexandros Mograine, the founder and creator of the Ashbringer. You created the weapon that destroyed mine. Indeed I did, Arthas. After all, I needed an edge against the chosen champion and worthy wielder of Frostmourne. Impressive, you created a weapon to counter mine. But I believe that the Lich King also foresaw this. He wasn't surprised when he saw the blade. Excuse me, Alexandros-san, Arthas-san. Could you continue with the story, please? I quite enjoyed it. Naruto asked the two. Arthas turned to Naruto. I'm afraid, little one, that my story is done. Perhaps Alexandros could indulge you in the Uzumaki clan history. At this Naruto perked up. He kept repeating yes, over and over again. Alexandros sat down beside Arthas, this time, his seat taking the shape of a royal throne. Very well, son of Kushina. The Uzumaki clan history, or at least, how I forged the Ashbringer. Before, there were wars between the orcs and humans. During the Second War, after I killed an orc warlock, I discovered a crystal filled with dark energies. When I picked it up, it burned my hand. All of those who were there wanted it destroyed. I reasoned with them. One of them, however, wouldn't heed my reasons and proceeded to use his powers to destroy it. But what happened later shocked us all. The crystal absorbed the attack. We tried it again, it worked. We tried it 3 more times, before we were satisfied with what it does. Finally, I used my most powerful attack to change its loyalty to ours. I told my fellow paladins to keep it a secret, since no one knew of such a crystal, in which they all agreed. A few years later, which was the time that Arthas had Frostmourne and formed his own scourge, the undead scourge attacked. This was the time to use the crystal. We all agreed. I forged the crystal into the Ashbringer, which would cut through the undead like butter and burn them until they became ashes. We used it on and on, until that incident. What incident? My eldest son killed me. What? Yes. Renault killed me for the Ashbringer, which was turned into a corrupted Ashbringer when I died, but he was captured by the others. I was brought back to life by Kel'Thuzad. Wait, that Lich resurrected you. Well, I did say that he should keep my legacy enduring. I'm so proud of him. Hugh Sweatdrop from Kyuubi, Naruto, and Alexandros. Anyway, I served as his servant along with a few others. My youngest son, Darien, heard of my exploits and decided to kill me, to free my soul, which he did. He killed me and released the corrupted Ashbringer from the Lich's grasp, and gave it to your soon-to-be killer, Tyrion Fordring. After that, the sword has been kept, in case if any undead came back. My son had married and had kids. But I felt that all of his descendants weren't the true heir of the Ashbringer, except when one of my descendants gave birth to you, son of Kushina. You had that, in a sense, air of not giving up. I saw, or sensed, rather, what happened outside. You had skill. To outrun that much people were no mere coincidence. In fact, some of that Hokages, what do you call them, Anbu were chasing you, as well. The ability to outrun them is no mere feat. Also, I foresaw the future with you, son of Kushina. With you, you will lead your people to victory. With you, your people will prosper. Wait, so you mean that? Yes, son of Kushina, it means that you are both the heir to the Ashbringer and Frostmourne. I never expected this, ever, did you, Arthas? Never did, Alexandros. I'm impressed. I doubt that even the Lich King foresaw this. Well, since Ashbringer has already accepted you, then there is no need for me to test you, little one. Why? Because the Ashbringer is harder to impress than Frostmourne. Truthfully, I was hoping that mine would be harder than his. I had to test your determination and willpower. To do that, I had to put you in a life-death situation. I won't explain it. It's a surprise. In fact, I believe those two people on the right of the cage are a surprise, too. Naruto's eyes widened before he turned. He saw his father and mother looking at him, and smiling. You have made us proud, Sochi. Kushina said, trying, and failing, to hide her tears. I never expected you to be this special. Indeed, Naruto, and to think that I almost touched your future sword. Sorry about that, Naruto-sama. Minato bowed. Naruto felt something clench his stomach. Don't do that, Otou-san. I may be the king or whatever, but that doesn't mean that you should bow to me. I mean, I felt sick if I let you do that. Naruto shivered. I'm just kidding, Naruto. After all, I'm just, in a way, testing you. Minato chuckled. Naruto noticed something. Wait, how could you guys be here? I mean, isn't that Reaper seal thingy supposed to get your soul when you sealed the Kyuubi's chakra into you? And Ka-san was also wounded when the Kyuubi attacked. That is my doing, Naruto. Frostmourne had so many souls in it that I made a deal with the Shinigami to provide me with the Chosen One's parents' souls in exchange for twice the asked amount, which was 4. Consider it a birthday gift for you, Naruto. Sniff. Thanks, Arthas Ojii-san. He ran to hug him. Arthas was about to show his tick mark when. Oof. Arthas was thrown off his throne. The back part broke. Hey, I made a rhyme. __, he hugged his heir. You're welcome, little one. Now, I believe it is my turn to give you a birthday present. What would you like? What does your people call it, Keke Genke? Perfect, I'll give you one for your own. Thanks, Alexandros Ojii-san. Naruto stood up, wiping away his tears. Alexandros smiled. Can I have a specific one? Alexandros nodded. Thanks, now then, can I have a Keke Genke that allows me to use this light thing that you paladins use? You already have it. The moment we chose you, you already received the light and dark elements, light from the Ashbringer, and dark from Frostmourne. I think that because of Frostmourne, you also get ice. Naruto's eyes widened. In fact, I think you already had 5 elements in you. Water and earth from your mother, wind and lightning from your father, and fire from Kyuubi. Yeah, I'm awesome, Naruto shouted. Anyway, back to the Kekai Genkai business. Nay, Alexandros Ojii-san, can I choose later? Most of the choices I had in mind were taken. Very well, son of Kushina. This gift can wait. Now to start off your training. Wait, what about Kyuubi? What, is he going to stay here, forever? First, he looks like he needs fresh air, for once. Second, I need someone to teach me fire techniques. Thank you for your concern, Naruto-sama. I'll explain later. But, I'm afraid there's only one way for me to be free of this seal, and that is for you to tear this seal off and you die. Damn, wait, let me try something. Nay, Arthas Ojii-san, you said that Frostmourne contained thousands of souls, right? Arthas had a tick mark on his head when he heard his suffix, but answered his question, nonetheless. Yes, little one. In fact, this sword had more souls than Shinigami. Now tell us your plan. Well, since Frostmourne housed 1,000 souls, I estimated a high chance of having a powerful being in there, human or otherwise. True. Can you tell me who was the most powerful being in Frostmourne, Arthas Ojii-san? Arthas pondered his answer. I think the Lich Kings. It was his sword, after all. His soul will forever be in there, it just doesn't have its own will. Perfect. Now, can it be removed? That is what you are thinking. Very well, I can remove most of his soul. Probably 75% of his power. Any more and I will slowly disappear. Make it 74%, just to be safe. That is all I need. Thanks, Arthas Ojii-san. Arthas nodded. He began to glow blue and an apparition appeared in front of him. What do you wish to do with him? His soul is still evil. If you mix it with Kyuubi, she will become evil again. Combine that with the fact that this is the Lich King's soul. She will destroy the world. She, Kyuubi is a she, Naruto shouted. Yes, she is. What? Didn't she tell you? Oh, well, now you know. Thanks. Anyway, the answer is simple. I have to use the Ashbringer to remove the evil taint. Alexandros Ojii-san, can I bring Ashbringer into my mindscape? Naruto asked Alexandros, who nodded. Yes, the plan will work. Now, come forth, Ashbringer. The sword materialized in his hand. With it, he slashed the Lich King, who was trying his hardest to avoid the holy blade. Finally, Naruto managed it. He slashed his torso, horizontally. When he did, a glow emitted from the point where the sword and soul connected, and he could have sworn he heard someone scream. After the special effects had subsided, the Lich King's soul just stood there. Not doing anything, standing still. Impressive, little one, you actually removed the Lich King's evil taint. I seek to impress, Ojii-san, Naruto said, as Ashbringer disappeared. Now, then, I have to ask a question, Kyuubi-chan. The Kyuubi hid her blush at the chan suffix. Ask your question, Naruto-sama. Do demons have a human form? Naruto asked her. Yes, I do, but it requires me to be in a wide enough area so that I could gather energy. Why, Naruto-sama? You see, I wanted you to have your own body, outside of mine, also that body must be connected to me, the most powerful being. Thing is something I thought of, just in case if you get in trouble and I'm busy. But the new body part is the one that troubles me. Where would we find a new body? How about if you do a Kage Bunshin and turn into an Orochi? Kage Bunshin. I already failed 3 times because of a Bunshin. How can I make a something as advanced as a shadow clone? Naruto-sama, because of me, you have immense chakra. That is what makes your normal Bunshins weak. Now, Bunshins are just illusions, while Kage Bunshins are actual clones. They require simple chakra control and large chakra reserves. But, with my chakra, you could make millions. Enough to raise a village to bits. Excuse me, I just got out of hand there. Now, Naruto-sama, let us teach you the Kage Bunshin. After a few training of Kage Bunshin, which was only 10 seconds. Good, Naruto-sama. Now, please give me a new body. I wanted to stretch for ages. Okay, Kyuubi-chan, see ya. Naruto then disappeared from his mindscape. At that moment, Arthas and Alexandros chatted. Did you really mean by what you said that you foresaw his future and that he will lead his village to victory? I didn't say this village, Arthas, because he will choose which village he will lead. And yes, I meant by what I said. He will lead his people to victory. Then, we have nothing to worry about. If that is what you believe, then I have no regrets giving him Frostmourne. The light will guide him. Naruto felt coldness again, but it subsided, slowly. He stood up to see Frostmourne out of its frozen prison and Ashbringer stabbed on the ground. He grabbed both swords, and carried it outside, where it was warm. When he got outside, he put the swords down on the sofa, turned around, made a cross-like seal, and shouted, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A clone of Naruto appeared in front of him, in Orochi mode. Good, now wait, for Kyuubi-chan's chakra. He's made the Kage Bunshin. I'm merging with the Lich King's soul, now. Kyuubi dissolved and her dust moved towards the Lich King. The two merged to form one being. Once it was finished, the new being stood up. A woman almost 30 to 35 in age, 5 feet 9 in height, had, I hope I'm right with this, D-cup censored, 9 tails flowing behind her, 2 fluffy ears in exchange for normal human ones. She was wearing a red kimono, with a 9-tailed fox for designs. She opened her eyes to show 2 red, and slitted eyes. At this point, Kyuubi's speech is now the humans not the demon type. It was successful. Thank you, Naruto-sama. You have my undying gratitude and servitude. Kyuubi, at this point, was in tears. No one has ever done this for her, ever. He was the first to do so. The result, he would be her master, until the end. She owed him that much. Kyuubi, then, got covered in smoke. Once it cleared, Kyuubi was still standing there. It didn't work. Damn it, it was perfect. He planned it. What could have gone? Then, Naruto's voice reached his mindscape. It worked. Kyuubi-chan is here. Naruto heard Kyuubi said that it didn't work, and Arthas fuming. Suddenly, his clone, while in Orochi, glowed red, and smoke covered her since Orochi turns the Naruto to Naruko, or whatever he named her. When it cleared, Kyuubi was in her place, standing still, eyes still closed. It worked. Kyuubi-chan is here. How? Kyuubi is still here and yet, she is out there. What is going on here? Naruto, again, reappeared to his mindscape. I have a theory. Since the soul is from the Lich King, which was from Frostmourne, that means that Kyuubi is a part of Frostmourne, but that doesn't explain why she is still here. That little attack with the Lich King might have obliterated the Lich King's evil, forever. Even from the sword. Hey, looks like Alexandro's sword chose well. To defeat the Lich King's evil even from the sword is incredible. Anyway, back to the theories. Since the Lich's soul inside Frostmourne was evil and the one outside it was planned for good purposes, it caused a bit of problem with the blade. It can't choose which master to follow, you or the Lich King. Finally, Ashbringer chose for him. When you slashed the Lich King's soul outside Frostmourne, it has caused enough power to completely cleanse Frostmourne. In the end, Frostmourne had two, but I'm afraid the soul-stealing ability is still not removed. Good, it is good enough for me. Just in case if anyone is too stubborn for their own good. Naruto said, with a smirk. Thank you, Master. Kyuubi said, with a bow. You have done me a great favor for doing this. Don't mention it, Kyuubi-chan. After all, you deserve it. After all, I can't have my teacher in my head. It is no fun that you only get to teach me in fire techniques and not in anything else. Naruto smirked. Kyuubi blushed at the last two words meaning. Hi, Naruto-sama. Kyuubi replied, trying, and failing, to hide her blush. Ho, you already had a girl going for you, Naruto. Naruto jumped. He forgot about where he was or who was with him. In fact, he also forgot that his parents were here. I can explain, Otou-san. That was a simple, hello, gesture. Naruto defended. Minato laughed. Ha ha ha. Oh, yeah, that's all right. Naruto, just having some fun with the new wielders of Ashbringer and Frostmourne. Kushina bonked him on the head. I told you, you shouldn't do that. It was a lover's quarrel and it means that we aren't supposed to interfere. Naruto and Kyuubi blushed. Kushina turned to the previously said duo. Anyway, Sochi, you should send a letter to Hokage-sama, explaining all that he should know. No one should know about the two blades just yet. Naruto nodded and left. Minato turned to the two paladins. All right, one paladin and one death knight. You did not see anything, all right. The two entities nodded. Good. Naruto returned a few minutes later. Okay, so let's start training. After he said that, Kyuubi, Kushina, Minato, Arthas, and Alexandros gave an evil smile. Naruto noticed this. Give me all you got. I can handle it. With that, they started to teach him everything they knew about their jutsus. At the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, sighed as he read the letter Naruto gave him. Hokage Ojii-san. Don't worry about me, I'm perfectly fine here. My dad's house is so awesome. I never imagined it to be this grand. Anyway, I thank you for keeping me protected all these years, Ojii-san. I also forgive you for keeping my heritage away from me. I understood your reason. Anyway, just prepare a ninja application form for me when I come back after 6 years of training. I think that will be the time that the academy graduates. Yane, Oji-san. Yours sincerely, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, son of Namikaze Minato, Yondaime Hokage, Konoha no Kiroi Senku, and Uzumaki Kushina, the aka she, Red Death. P.S. just added the last things for emphasis. Hehe. __. Thank you, Naruto. You made me the happiest man on earth. I just hope that I can forgive myself for keeping your heritage from you. Sandaime said, as a tear fell from his eye. The first year of Naruto's training was used by his father, Minato. He taught him about his elemental affinities, wind and lightning. Naruto, let me tell you about the nature of the wind and lightning natures. The wind nature seeks to cut and slice any object it is given to slice. It is rare to see any ninja with that particular affinity, excluding the Hyugas. Come on. Hyugas must have the wind nature to do some of their attacks, and I just made it that way. Smiley face. The lightning nature seeks to pierce its target. There are 3 steps to this exercise: the familiarization, the capacity, and the combination. The familiarization stage is done by applying wind chakra into something small. Now, I want you to put into your mindscape a tree. Naruto did so. Good. Now, next, I want you to make some bunshin, each to grab a leaf, and each to try and use your wind affinity. We will move on to the next exercise when the whole tree is void of leaves. Naruto spent a whole month to clean the tree of leaves. After the month has passed, Minato approached Naruto. Good. Next, we have to work on your capacity. This stage is done by applying wind chakra to something that is big. What is big enough for you to slice through? Naruto thought about it. Otu-san, how about a building or a mountain? Nah, a building is too tall and too thin, and a mountain will crumble down to us if you use wind chakra. I should know, I tried it once. Sweat drops appeared in the others' heads. Let's try something that can't retaliate when it has been attacked by wind chakra. Minato looked down. I got it. Naruto, can you change this mindscape into a rainforest? Naruto just followed what he said, and did it. Now, where is the waterfall here? Naruto got the gist immediately. Over there, Otou-san. Naruto led the group into a very large waterfall. Whoa, I've heard of waterfalls, but this is ridiculous. Indeed, never in all my life have I seen such size of a waterfall. Hey, I just can't help but amaze people, Naruto said, while scratching the back of his head. Now, Otou-san, can I begin? Sure, Naruto. Just remember to not look down. Wait, don't forget to put in a bridge, so that you won't fall. It's already done. Naruto pointed to the middle of the waterfall to show a rock bridge hanging in between the base and the tip of the waterfall. Just like the wooden bridge and the waterfall at the Fuden, Rasenshuriken training. So let's go. Naruto jumped onto the bridge, made some kage bunshins lots, and began to work on cutting the waterfall. Time skip. 1 month later. Naruto was out of breath as he sliced the waterfall the 14th time. Maybe, we need to take a break. I may have the Kyuubi, but that does not mean I have unlimited chakra. Minato nodded, and said, agreed. We have to take a little rest, too. Apparently, watching you cut the waterfall was too tiring. Truthfully, they kept the suspense and they counted how many times will Naruto cut the waterfall before he called it quits. Okay, see ya later, Otou-san, Okage-san, Arthas Ojii-san, Alexandros Ojii-san, Kyuubi-chan. Naruto disappeared from his mindscape, with Alexandros, Kushina, and Minato smiling, Arthas showing his tick mark, and Kyuubi blushing. Outside of his mindscape, Naruto glimpsed Kyuubi tending to the kitchen. Naruto-sama, what would you like for dinner? Kyuubi asked after turning to Naruto. Ramen, Naruto shouted with pride. Kyuubi smiled and said, on it. He saw her turn back to the kitchen, open the cabinet, and heard he gasp. Slowly, and looking worried, she turned to Naruto, and said, Sumimasen, Naruto-sama, but I'm afraid there are no food here. Naruto stood up almost immediately. There's no food here. Makes sense since no one has ever lived here. Oops, I forgot that we emptied the mansion before the Kyuubi attacked. Minato said, in his head. That's all right, Otou-san. I'll just go out there and buy some. Naruto replied. Just be careful, if they see you come out of here, they will attack you almost at once. Don't worry, Otou-san. I have been taught by my higher-ups. I can handle myself. With that, Naruto went down the stairs and to the door, twisted the knob, went out, and closed it. Hey, that was easier than I expected. A ninja said. He was wearing black clothes, mask, and everything, even the bag he was holding was black. Wait, bag. Now, I better get out of here before any of the Hyugas see me. Yes, this is the kidnapping scene of Hinata Hyuga. I just forgot to tell you what age was Naruto when he was chased. He was 2 years old. Closing parenthesis. Naruto just came out of Ichiraku's ramen, carrying a whole lot of ramen bags. Ayame Oni-chan and Tsukio Jii-san are so kind to me, I just hope everyone else treats me like that. I'm sure they will, Sochi, one day. Kushina comforted her son. Thanks, Okawa-san. Naruto thanked his mother, and went on his way. Halfway to the mansion, he spotted a man wearing black and holding a bag, leaving the Hyuga compound. Huh, what does he think he's doing? Naruto said to himself, forgetting that he has Kyuubi, Minato, Kushina, Arthas, and Alexandros inside his head. He looks like a kidnapper. It makes sense, the black clothing, the black bag, and the smallness of the bag, it's kidnapping. Minato said, voice barely holding any anger. Let's go, Naruto, we can't let him escape. Naruto nodded. The kidnapper almost got out of the reaches of the Hyuga compound when he spotted a blonde, barely 3, blocking his way. Hey, kid, you know, it's not safe out here. People might hurt you. The blonde looked at him. I am not afraid of them, sir, I have been hurt since I was born. Really, how about you come with me and I'll give you a home? No thanks, sir, I don't want to be put in the bag along with whoever you're holding in it. Naruto said, surprising the kidnapper. How did the kid know that he had someone in the bag? I'm afraid I don't know what you are talking about, kid. The kidnapper tried to hide the fact. Sir, I mean the person that you are holding inside that bag. I still don't know what you are saying, kid. And even if I knew, why should I? I mean, I am a ninja. I will never do something that degrading. The kidnapper is getting nervous. I still don't know what you are saying, kid. And even if I knew, why should I? I mean, I am a ninja. I will never do something that degrading. The words of the kidnapper angered Naruto and his other tenants. Degrading. Degrading. What he is doing is worse than degrading. I bet he doesn't even know what it meant. I can't believe that he would stoop so low. Kushina, Minato, who do you think is inside that bag? If my calculations are correct, he should hold a main family member of the Hyuga clan. Main family. Hyuga clan. What kind of clan has parts? This place is the Hyuga clan district. They are a clan who has the Byakugan, the all-seeing eye. It sees everything at a 360-degree angle. Wait, parts, so just tell me if it needs to change. The branch family is the part that protects the Byakugan and the main family. Truthfully, some of them hate being a part of it, partly because they have to protect the house, the heir, etc., but mainly because of the caged bird seal. It is a seal made by the Hyuga main family to ensure the loyalty of the branch family. You mean, like a slave? Yes, you see, if a branch family member tries to betray the clan or gets kidnapped, one of the main family members activates it. If willing, the main family member could cause her death. What? I can't believe this. Even the Lich King didn't do such a thing. Well, I'm afraid times have changed. That's it, Naruto, let me out. I'm going to kill him. No, wait, he just said he is a ninja. If we kill him, it might cause a war between Konoha and his village. Let's just capture him for the Hokage. Kushina reasoned. Too bad, I wanted to kill him for it. Alright, Naruto, just let me out for a little while. I'm going to knock him out. Sure, I need someone's help to kick his ass. Naruto's voice changed to something chilly as Arthas merged with him. Outside his head, the kidnapper was shocked when the kid was suddenly shrouded with bluish smoke. It exploded but no damage, though, to anything. It's just smoke. Closing parenthesis. When it cleared, it showed someone older than the kid. He was wearing some sort of armor. Skulls on the knee guards, fur coat, a helmet, and bluish smoke on his eyes. Liar. I can sense someone is inside that bag. Who are you? No one you'd know. With that, the figure charged. The kidnapper tried to dodge but, At the last second, the figure appeared in front of him and punched him in the gut. Oof. The kidnapper was thrown backwards as the bag was thrown upwards. Whoa, another rhyme. Closing parenthesis. Now, let's see who's behind curtain number 1. The figure held out his hand as the bag fell right into it. He opened it to see a 3-year-old girl with lavender blue hair. Naruto's tenants gasped. They kidnapped a child. Not just any child, Alexandros-san. The Hyuga clan heiress, Minato said, shocked at who the kidnapper kidnapped. She's an heiress. I can't believe this. And he said that he wasn't doing anything degrading. It's just like what happened to me, Kushina said, with tears. The group turned to her. I have a special ability to manipulate my hair. Kumogakure no Sato heard about me and tried to kidnap me, to breed hair manipulating children, and I was 10, then. But she is just 3 and someone tries to kidnap her. Say no more, Kushina, say no more. You say Kumogakure tried to kidnap you. Nod from Kushina. If that is so, then chances are they are still at it. They want to breed their own version of Byakugan-wielding children. That's it. I'm no longer standing for this. At first, I wanted to let him live, but, this time he dies. Naruto shouted as he accessed Kyuubi's chakra, since, she is a part of him, just as Arthas and Alexandros is. The kidnapper stood up to see the figure's eyes change from blue in color. It turned red. The figure let out a roar as red chakra appeared out of nowhere and started swirling around the figure. Everyone was suddenly awoken by the outburst of chakra. They haven't felt this since Kyuubi. Fearing the worst, the ninjas armed themselves as the civilians closed their doors. The kidnapper was terrified. This chakra, it isn't human. What is he? The figure stopped roaring and disappeared. He reappeared in front of him and punched him, only with much more force. He was thrown back as blood protruded from his mouth. The figure slowly walked to the kidnapper, but was stopped by something. Little one, let him live. You might get into trouble. Naruto slowly nodded. Good, now, I must leave you for I sense other people coming. Arthas detached himself from Naruto. The armor slowly disappeared from Naruto, footwear first, and towards the helmet. As soon as it disappeared, the Hokage, the clan heads, and the other ninjas appeared on the area. Look, the demon is killing a ninja. Kill it. A random, demon-hating, ninja shouted. The Hokage shut him up by releasing his ki. Silence. He might kill you. Luckily, Naruto didn't seem to notice. Instead, he grabbed the kidnapper by the throat and lifted him from the ground. The kidnapper saw the figure loose its armor and back into the kid. But he was still frightened, because instead of the usual unknowing kid aura he gave off just a few moments ago, he's releasing an angry demon aura. This kid, no, this is no kid. No kid can beat me up and release that amount of killing intent and chakra in mere seconds. It almost feels stronger than the one Kurabi-sama releases. The kid grabbed the kidnapper's neck, and lifted him up. Pathetic. When I thought that your village would stoop no lower, you start again, and on a kid. I expected some improvement since the last time you wanted to kidnap someone in my village. The kid said, in a deep and demonic voice. Tell me one good censored reason why I shouldn't kill you here and now. If you kill me, that would lead to war. Hey, I doubt that even you could handle my village's army. The kidnapper reasoned. The kid laughed. Ha ha ha, you think that just because I am a kid, I can't handle your pathetic army. I have enough power to level thousands of villages. So, don't think that I can't handle myself. The others listening were shocked. They knew that the Kyuubi had enough power to do just that, but, why didn't it? Wait, what are you talking about kidnapping someone in your village? We just kidnapped only once. And that's the one that you stopped. The kidnapper asked, shakingly. You don't remember. A redhead girl that you tried to kidnap. And no. Then she was rescued by a blonde. The Hokage's eyes widened. He heard about it from Minato that he rescued Kushina from the Kumo nins that tried to kidnap her. But that was a long time ago. Then, how could someone know what happened that day? I still don't know what you're talking about. Don't lie to me. I know that you know. She is the one that can control her hair. The kidnapper, finally, realized what he was talking about. His father is one of those who tried to kidnap her, but they were thwarted by Namikaze Minato. Her. Yes, I know her. The kidnapper suddenly had his courage back. That kidnapping was supposed to be successful, if it wasn't for that damned Namikaze Minato. She was supposed to be ours. Think about it. Our village that has shinobi and kunoichi that can control their hair. No one would dare oppose us. Those words angered Naruto more, as he gathered more and more of Kyuubi's chakra. It formed a cloak, which had one tail. Bastard, all you think about is getting stronger. Well, guess what? No one is stronger. One will eventually overtake the other in strength. Yeah, so what? We'll just breed more and more ninjas until we reach to top. The kidnapper shouted back. How the hell could one kid hold him up in the air like he was nothing, and still manage to shout at him? Wait, the cloak surrounding him, it's almost like. Who are you? I said it once, I'll say it again. Naruto started to punch him per word. No, one, you'd, censoring, no. Naruto ended his punching with the last word, which was more powerful than the others. The kidnapper was sent back a few feet. Naruto appeared in front of the kidnapper and prepared to deliver the killing blow when something made him stop. Please, Sochi, stop. We don't want you to get into trouble. Kushina begged her son. Yes, he isn't worth it. Minato agreed. He may be a kidnapping fool, but he is still a human being. Killing him might make you worse than him. You may get revenge someday, son of Kushina, just not today, just wait. Fine. Naruto's voice returned to normal as the Kyuubi's chakra receded. The Hokage, clan heads, and the other ninjas watched, with surprise, as the chakra cloak disappeared from Naruto. They watched as Naruto grabbed the kidnapper and threw him to the direction of the Hokage. They heard him whisper, "Thanks, I needed that." With that, he grabbed his ramen bag and proceeded to the mansion, but the Sandaime stopped him. Wait, Naruto, wait, Naruto. Naruto jumped in surprise. He forgot about the people that he had attracted, thanks to Kyuubi. He turned. JG-san, wonderful evening to be out, don't you think? Naruto said, while scratching the back of his head. Naruto, don't try to hide it. Just tell me what happened. The Sandaime said. At that instant, Naruto panicked. Please don't kill me, GG. Naruto said, in fast motion. Whoa, calm down, Naruto. I don't mean to startle you. The Sandaime replied. Naruto calmed down. Good, now, tell me what happened here. Naruto took a deep breath and started his story. Well, I was out buying ramen. Cue the rolling eyes and the sweat drops. What? What's wrong with buying ramen? Anyway, I was just on my way home, when I saw something black come down from the roof of the Hyuga clan mansion. I suspected that he is a kidnapper, and I tried to stop him. Wait, you tried to stop him, alone? The Sandaime asked Naruto, who nodded. Well, tried, being the operative word, yeah. Naruto replied. How can you do it? He is an experienced ninja. Anbu asked. Naruto thought about it. Something helped me do it. With emphasis on the thing. Single quote. The others knew, excluding Hinata and the others who didn't know what he meant. Is he? The Sandaime asked, worried that the seal had broken. Oh, no, she just tiptoed her way out of fairyland. Of course not, Jii-san. I would be dead if I let her go. Naruto said, with sarcasm. Wait, she? The Sandaime asked. Yeah, oh, yeah, hee, I forgot, Kyuubi is female, Jii-san, not male. Naruto embarrassingly said. Okay, Naruto, continue the story, as you may call it. Very well, now where was I? Oh yeah, when I came in front of him, the kidnapper told me that kids shouldn't be out here, they might get hurt. Yeah, right, obvious understatement. Anyway, I told him that I experienced worse than being hurt. Naruto said the last word with anger, while some of the ninja, Hokage, and clan heads, included, bowed their heads in shame. They knew what Naruto went through. He, then, made me an offer to come with him and find me a home, to which I replied that I don't want the same fate of the one that's in the bag, or, now that I know, Hyuga Hinata. Hiashi immediately went to the bag and checked. Sure enough, Hinata was in it, still asleep, thank goodness. Now, moving on, the kidnapper was obviously shocked that I knew what was inside the bag. He quickly hid the fact by saying that he is a ninja, and he wouldn't do anything that degrading. At that point, I got furious and attacked. You attacked, and you never had a scratch. Yeah. Naruto said, grinning his famous fox smile. Sweat drop appears on the others' heads. Anyway, I punched him powerful enough to make him lurch forward, thus making him let go of the bag. While he was recovering, I checked the bag and found Hyuga Hinata in it, still sleeping. You know, she kinda looks cute when she sleeps. Naruto put up a thinking pose, but quickly dismissed it. Anyway, I got angry because the village he represents is trying to kidnap a Hyuga, and a young girl, no doubt, and that was the cause of the outburst of Kyuubi's chakra. And you knew the rest. Naruto took a breather. So, there ya have it, Jii-san, anything more? And the Sandaime was just about to say, no more, when Hiashi cut him off. Wait, why would go through here? If I remember correctly, your apartment is far from here. Hiashi asked, making the Sandaime and Naruto nervous. Sorry, Hiashi-sama, but the ramen is getting cold, maybe Jii-san could fill you in on the details. Before he could stop Naruto, he already ran off. Bye. Hiashi, sighing, turned to the Sandaime. Hokage-sama, please tell me that he has a good reason for going through here. I remembered that his apartment is somewhere on the way to your tower. We'll talk at the council meeting, later, Hiashi. The Sandaime replied. Hi, Hokage-sama. With that, the ninjas present left, leaving the Hyugas excluding Hiashi, since he has to attend the meeting to get back in their mansion to get a peaceful rest. Naruto closed the door to the Namikaze mansion, panting. Phew, I thought we were screwed, he said, as he went up the stairs. Indeed, it's good thing that you are one hell of a liar, only a little bit. Truthfully, you impressed me, son of Kushina, to be able to think while pressured is no small feat. I said it once, I'll say it again, I just can't help but amaze people. Naruto said as he gave the ramen bag to Kyuubi. I'll take good care of this, Naruto-sama. Thanks, Kyuubi-chan. After Kyuubi put the ramen into their respective place, she dismissed herself and went to her bedroom. Sochi, it's time for bed, Kushina told her son. I'm not yawn tired, yet. It looks like you are. Okay, Okawa-san. With that, Naruto headed to the bedroom opposite Kyuubi's. Naruto awoke next morning to find Kyuubi cooking his almighty ramen. Good morning, Naruto-sama, Kyuubi said, when she turned to Naruto and smiled at him. Good yawn morning, Kyuubi-chan. Ya makin' breakfast, Naruto greeted back, after checking the food she was cooking. Hi, Naruto-sama, ramen for you and me. Naruto looked at her. Ramen for you. I never knew that you liked ramen. Well, Naruto-sama, as much as I like ramen, as you do, that's the only food you have here. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that, sorry, Kyuubi-chan. Naruto apologized, while scratching the back of his head. It's all right. In fact, it's delicious, Naruto-sama, Kyuubi said, as she slurped the ramen noodles. Thanks a lot, Naruto smiled. Now, Naruto, let us. Minato was about to say to continue their training when a knock on the door interrupted him. I'll get it, Naruto shouted to no one in particular. He ran over to the door. He opened it to show an Anbu wearing a dog mask. Naruto-san, your presence is requested at the council chamber. The dog mask wearing Anbu said. Thanks, Anbu-san. Just wait a moment, and I'll lock the door. Naruto closed the door. Kyuubi-chan, I'll be going for a while. Okay, Naruto-sama, the reply said. Naruto opened the door, left the house, turned back to the door, and locked it. I'm ready, Anbu-san. The Anbu in question nodded. But, he would have words with the Sandaime when this is over. He knew whose house that is. Very well, Naruto-san. Let's go. The Anbu grabbed Naruto by the shoulders and shunshin to the council chambers. The council was waiting for Naruto to come inside the chamber. They can't wait any longer. They feared the worst when they felt Kyuubi's chakra last night. Flashback after Naruto went to sleep. The council was in total panic. They feared the worst when they felt the Kyuubi's chakra be released. The Sandaime thought that they had enough time to shout out. Silence. The Sandaime shouted, with a little bit of ki. The counselors shut up instantly. Now that we're all organized and here, we shall discuss the event that has transpired a few moments ago. He said, while emphasizing the word, organized, which meant that the council has no order. What has happened, Hokage-sama? Has the seal broken? Fugaku asked the Sandaime, who shook his head. Oh, no, Fugaku. It is perfectly fine, fine. How could it be fine when the seal could have been broken? Yes, Hokage-sama. Do you know what could have been released and killed us all? A random council member reasoned. As much as I fear that, we are still fine, we'll continue this tomorrow when the boy in question is here. The Sandaime said. Why even bother with the boy, Hokage-sama? He would only spout lies. If he lies, then he is a pretty good liar to answer our questions that easily. A liar has to think of the answers before he says it. Besides, we proved the statement already. Very well, Hokage-sama, we'll wait for him tomorrow. Good, dismissed. Flashback end. They were busy thinking various things when the boy in question arrived with the Anbu assigned to fetch him via Shunshin. Inu, reporting with Naruto Uzumaki, Hokage-sama. Inu said as he bowed. Thank you, Inu. Leave us, the Sandaime said, in which the said Anbu did so. The Sandaime turned to Naruto. Now, Naruto-kun, do you know why you are here? I don't know, Ojii-san. That's Hokage-sama to you, boy. Another random counselor shouted. Calm down, Kuro. I have allowed him to call me that because he has no one to call that. The Sandaime snapped at the said counselor. Hi, Hokage-sama. Kuro backed away. Anyway, Naruto-kun, you are here because you have been spotted around the Hyuga clan mansion, trying to thwart an attempted kidnapping, and releasing something terrifying in the process. Wait, he tried to thwart an attempted kidnapping. On who? The female advisor of the Hokage, Kaharu Utatane, asked. I was getting to that. Yesterday, at night, a Kumo nin was found trying to kidnap the Hyuga heiress, Hyuga Hinata. Luckily, Naruto-kun intervened. How could he stop a kidnapping? And from a shinobi that is from one of the greatest villages. Something helped him. I knew it. The only councilwoman who has pink hair shouted, but was stopped by the key coming from the Sandaime. I'm not a total fan of, all caps, when she screams, or anyone else. I only do that if I have to. Finish that statement. I dare you, Haruno. The Sandaime said, with anger. She instantly shut up. Moving on, thanks to Naruto-kun's chakra outburst, we got into the scene and subdued the kidnapper. That's it, Hokage-sama. What about his problem? Shouldn't he be checked if it is influencing him? Kuro asked. He released it willingly to save Hyuga Hinata from being captured. Also, the other ninjas and I didn't notice or seen any of the Kyuubi's chakra surrounding him or influencing him in any manner. If you don't believe me, ask the others. The Sandaime said, causing the ones who weren't there to look at the clan heads who nodded their heads. Good, dismissed. Wait, Hokage-sama, what about my question? Hiashi asked the Sandaime. I will answer that in my office, Hiashi, you and only you, for now. You deserve to know it. If anybody else knew it, it would kill Naruto faster than those villagers did. Hi, arigato, Hokage-sama. Good, no questions. The others wanted to ask about what Hiashi asked the Sandaime, but the latter wouldn't have any of it. None. Then, dismissed. Oh, and Naruto-kun, come with me and Hiashi. Naruto obliged. The Sandaime sat down in his usual chair, as Hiashi and Naruto sat in their respective chairs in front of the Sandaime's desk. Now, Hiashi, you were asking me about the reason why Naruto-kun was around your mansion last night. Hi, Hokage-sama, Hiashi replied. And how do you know where his house was? I noticed him leaving his house when I want to buy supplies for my clan. Okay, I will tell you the reason why Naruto-kun went through your mansion when he went home, but this cannot be repeated to anyone besides the three of us, understand? Hi, Hokage-sama, Hiashi responded, knowing that this is very top secret information. Have you observed where he was going? Yes, he was going the same way as. Hiashi's eyes widened as he finally hit realization of the truth. Yes, the Namikaze clan mansion. And surely, You must have seen the resemblance between Naruto-kun and Minato. Why you mean, he is. Yes, he is the son of Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage of Konoha. Oh, my god, I didn't even notice their resemblance. But, wait, how did he know? Hiashi asked the Sandame, but Naruto answered him. I believe I could answer that question, Hiashi-sama. I found out almost 2 months ago. He began to recall the event that led him to find out about his heritage, everything for that matter. After that, both Hiashi and the Sandame's eyes widened. He was royalty, but damn. To find out that he was the heir of 2 of the legendary people of history, Arthas and Alexandros, was too much to take. Both fainted. Okay, that was weird. Hey, guys, do you think I should leave them here? Naruto joked in his head. He felt someone hit him mentally on his head. Idiot, don't just leave them there. Wait for them to wake up before going back to the mansion. Do you think it is wise to tell them your heritage? Yes, I trust Oji-san enough, while Hiashi-sama seems a trustworthy person. Of course he is. I personally have seen his trustworthiness when, never mind. Minato said. When what? Nothing, Naruto. Just some old memories. Minato said, while remembering the memory. Both he and Hiashi had been on the same team before with Fugaku, random teammate, and out of both Hiashi and Fugaku, Hiashi had been the most trustworthy. He had kept the secret that Minato was a relative of Arthas. Even after all these years, he still hasn't spread it. Apparently, he thought that since Minato was Arthas' relative, he would draw Frostmourne, but Minato said that he doesn't want to lose his soul to something that he doesn't need. Both Hiashi and the Sandame stirred and woke up. Apparently, the truth hurts, Ji-san. Naruto asked the Sandame with a smile. Indeed, it does, Naruto-kun. Hiashi and the Sandame fixed themselves. I never thought that you could be heirs, Naruto. Hiashi said. I never did, too, Hiashi-sama. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Anyway, can I leave now? I have to train. Of course, Naruto-kun. I just have to clear something with Hiashi and then go back to paperwork. Naruto heard the Sandame curse the existence of paperwork. Hey, Naruto, tell him to use Kage Bunshin. He needs to lay off for a while. Minato told his son. Hey, Oji-san, have you tried to use Kage Bunshin to help you? Naruto asked. The Sandame looked at Naruto in shock. He just found out the solution to paperwork, while he, the Kami no Shinobi, god of shinobi, can't figure it out. Mentally, he kept hitting himself yelling, stupid, over and over again. Thanks, Naruto-kun, I haven't thought of that. The Sandame made Kage Bunshins while he stood up and went to the couch. Don't worry about it. Naruto left. After he left, the Sandame turned to Hiashi. Remember, no one should know about this. Of course, Hokage-sama. Naruto went back to the Namikaze mansion. Hugh-chan, I'm home. Naruto shouted. He was still at the front door as he went up the stairs. Welcome back, Naruto-sama. Kyuubi said as he finally dropped himself on the couch. Naruto, you still have your training. Minato mentally told his son. I wanted to rest some more. Naruto pouted. You can have your rest when you finish the training. Remember, you still have 7 months to go before Kushi-chan trains you. Minato said. Fine. Naruto went into cross-sitting position, and went into his mindscape. Alright, Naruto, time to continue the elemental training, and after that, I will teach you Rasengan and Hiraishin, and how to use our family's Kekkei Genkai. When he finished the sentence, Naruto was jumping up and down, like a child who was sent to a candy store. Cool, we have a Kekkei Genkai, Otou-san. What is it? What is it? What is it? Naruto kept ranting. Like I said, after we deal with the elemental training, Rasengan and Hiraishin training. Minato said with a smile. When do we begin, Minato-sensei? Naruto said politely and respectfully. Minato smiled even more, or it's more like a smirk. I thought you'd never ask. The training has been progressing well and going according to plan. His father had taught him every wind and lightning element moves he knew, the Rasengan, and the Hiraishin. He also unlocked his Kekkei Genkai, the Tekigen Target Eye, a translation from Anime Lab. His father gave him the basics of it. What was surprising is that all this took 1 year to complete. It took Minato 3 years to learn the Rasengan, and 4 years to learn Hiraishin. Naruto is truly incredible. The next year was taken over by Kushina. She made him familiarize himself with the water and earth elements for the first 4 months, but he familiarized himself in just 2.5 months. Well, it meant that it will hit 2 birds with 1 stone. It gave her enough time to discuss with him about the Uzugen, Whirlpool Eye, and her clan's history, and to teach him every water and earth moves she knew. When he heard it, he almost lost himself in shock. His mother's clan was known for being the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko. Well, he took it better than I expected. Anyway, by the end of his mother's training, which was about 9 months, he already started with Kyuubi's training. Kyuubi's training, like Minato's and Kushina's, is composed of him familiarizing himself with it. He did it in 1.5 months. After that, Kyuubi taught Naruto every fire move she knows. He finished it in half month, which was good, because he would need every time he spared for Arthas and Alexandro's training. Arthas stood in front of Naruto. Now, then, little one, time for your training. Now, then, you must familiarize yourself with the dark element, or now known as the Yamiden. It focuses primarily on attacking the enemies. Well, all of the Scourge's units focuses on that. Anyway, I want you to put in here a rock as big as you. Naruto asked, how many? How about 20? Naruto closed his eyes, and imagined the rocks. Sure enough, the rocks went there. Good, little one. Now, I want you to concentrate on breaking 1 rock at a time using nothing but the dark element. Naruto put out his hand in front of him and pointed it to a rock. He closed his eyes and concentrated. He didn't feel anything, nor did he hear any crack or blast. He opened his eyes. Nothing happened to the rock. He closed his eyes again and concentrated. He almost felt something there. Nope, nothing. He tried harder, 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 harder. There. He felt it. He felt as if he was absorbing something. He heard something crack, then explode. Arg. Naruto was pushed backwards by rock chunks. Good job, little one, you actually did it on your second try. Now, then try it again. For the past 14.5 months, including the 6 months extra from Kyuubi's training, Naruto has been perfecting the Yamiden moves. The remaining 4 months were used for Frostmourne training. Little one, now that you have finished your Yamiden training, it's time for your application training. Arthas summoned a Death Knight sword and assumed a paladin stance. Ironic, besides, he is a paladin at heart. Come at me with your best shot. Use any moves you know, mine or otherwise. Naruto summoned Frostmourne and charged, as you wish, Arthas-sensei. He went for an uppercut. Arthas blocked it. Naruto, then, jumped and aimed for his head by a downward kick. Arthas avoided it by ducking. Naruto composed himself, jumped a few feet back, performed some hand signs, and shouted, Yamiden, Shikoiru. Naruto held out his hand and in it held a green, glowing skull. Damn, that's the death coil. Naruto threw the coil. Arthas dodged it. Naruto performed more hand seals and shouted, Yamiden, Yaminami. Naruto slammed both his hands on the waters and a wave gushed to him. Ah, man, the little one is getting better. Arthas jumped to avoid it. Naruto saw his chance and went for it. He grabbed Frostmourne and swung it to Arthas. Hyouten, Samuk Shinsei. 3. An explosion of ice, where the Frostmourne was swung, was heard and seen as ice shrapnel was sent to every area except to Naruto's. Time to think Death Knightly. Arthas spun his sword to remove every shrapnel that was sent his way. Arthas went back to the watery ground of the sewer. He was out of breath. Not bad, little one. You made some impressive moves. I seek to impress, sensei. Naruto swung Frostmourne vertically and shouted, Hyouten, Samuk Boruto. 4. An ice piece was shot from Frostmourne as it pelted its way to Arthas. Very well, then, Yamiden, Shikoiru. Arthas did hand signs. He temporarily dropped the sword and threw the coil to intercept the bolt. It exploded in midair, as smoke fogged their view. Ranmaden. Yusobutsushori Bakua. 5. A voice said. Arthas immediately took guard. Out of the smoke came all 5 elements coming at him. What is this move? I've never seen him do this before. Arthas used another death coil to intercept it, but it was overpowered by it. Damn, gotta think, Maybe. That might work. Yes, I'll try it. Arthas channeled all Death Knight energies he can, charged it to his sword and swung it. Yamiten. Shi Kiritaru, 6. From Arthas' blade, came a dark blue gust of Death Knight energy. It collided with the Bakua and exploded, again. Smoke covered their senses, but this time, Naruto came out of it. Kaden. Ranran Tsurugi, 7. Frostmourne was suddenly engulfed in flames, ironic, and Naruto swung it. What? Frostmourne, in flames. It seems there's more to Naruto than I thought. Arthas charged, too. Both swords met. An influx of energy was released. After the energy subsided, Naruto and Arthas was barely standing. Arthas was on one knee. Naruto held his weight against Frostmourne. Good job, little one. I didn't expect some of those moves of yours. Arthas breathed. Minato, Kushina, Kyuubi, and Alexandros appeared. Indeed, Naruto, I never seen moves like that. Ranmaden, of yours, chaos style, was it? Interesting style. Tell me, how did you do it? Minato asked. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Well, I have been practicing in secret while you guys were sleeping. Kushina shouted. What, you mean that you were making your own moves while the rest of us were sleeping? Yes. Naruto said. Minato calmed Kushina down. When, Naruto? Well, since we started training, Otou-san. Naruto said, in a thinking pose. Kushina muttered about stamina, and didn't get enough sleep, but Naruto paid it no mind. Well, then, Naruto, it's time for your Death Knighting. What? Naruto asked, confused. It meant that you will get Death Knight's armor, and will formally known as a full Death Knight. Thanks, Arthas-sensei. Naruto kneeled in front Arthas. Arthas stood up and held his sword. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, I, Arthas Menethil, Paladin of Lordaeron, Death Knight of the Scourge, and Lich King of the Undead, is a full Death Knight. Arthas did the thing that kings, queens do to their knights. You know the knighting thing. Thank you, Arthas Menethil. I, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, accept the position of full Death Knight. A blue glow covered Naruto as Death Knight armor appeared on him. When the glow subsided, they saw Naruto in his Death Knight glory. He had the same armor of Arthas, heck, he even had his glowing eyes. Wow, I look cool, Naruto's voice said, from within the helmet. Immediately, Naruto fell to one knee. Naruto. Kushina went to him. Hey, I'm fine, Hokage-san. Just tired. Maybe a week or two of resting would work. Naruto said, while turning to Alexandros, who nodded. You deserve it, son of Kushina. Go, take your rest. Thanks. He disappeared from his mindscape. Impressive boy, isn't he, Arthas? Yes, he is. To progress this far, it's almost impossible. Naruto opened his eyes to see the table, filled with his almighty ramen, with Kyuubi eating off on of it. Welcome back, Naruto-sama, or should I say, Death Knight-sama. Kyuubi said, with a smile. Just Naruto will be fine. Naruto waved it off. Kyuubi giggled. Time to eat, Naruto-sama. Naruto quickly obliged. In almost 58 seconds, he finished the whole ramen, besides the ones for Kyuubi. Time to go. See ya Kyuubi-chan, bye. Naruto said in quick succession, before leaving. Kyuubi sighed and giggled. Even after all that training, he still has energy left. What are you doing? A slice was heard, afterwards. Hell, another slice was heard. Another one for the cause. The killer said, as his eyes, which displayed a red background with 3 black tomos on it, changed to a black shuriken-like shape in his eye with a red background. Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto was currently walking around Konoha, specifically the Uchiha district, when he heard screams. Screams. From the Uchiha compound. Naruto thought, I better go in and investigate. Wait, you should put on your Death Knight armor. Just in case. Great, thanks. Blue smoke covered Naruto, and when it cleared it showed Naruto in all his Death Knightly glory. With that, he ran inside. Mikoto can't believe what she was seeing. His eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, was killing his own clan, and just killed his father. Itachi, why are you doing this? Mikoto asked his son. Itachi looked at her, Sharingan blazing. To rid Konoha of this power-hungry clan, and to test my limits. Itachi replied, with an emotionless tone. Power-hungry, limits, what are you talking about? It's not my place nor choice to tell you, mother. Itachi slowly walked to her. Naruto kept running from one area to another. He kept finding dead bodies. Damn it, where is a live Uchiha when you need it? Maybe, Miko-chan is still alive around here. Go find the clan head area, Sochi. Kushina told her son. She couldn't afford to lose her friend from the Uchiha clan. If I'm correct, I left a Hiraishin seal on Fugaku, once. I hope it's still there. Minato suggested. Hi, Okage-san, Otou-san. With that, Naruto sped off towards the clan head area, disappearing in a yellow-black blur. Itachi was slowly raising his sword, to kill his mother. Mikoto accepted her fate and closed her eyes. It was almost there. Clang. Asterisk. Mikoto opened her eyes and looked up, to see an armored man standing front of her, with his hand blocking Itachi's katana. Itachi looked at the armored entity before him. He wore, well, armor, with furry outlines, skulls for kneecaps, and a helmet to hide his face. Who are you? You may very well be interfering with clan affairs. Itachi threatened, while activating his Sharingan. I am a simple nobody, a nobody that will stop you from killing your family. The man replied. You say you are a nobody yet you will stop me. Very well, I will deal with you, first, before continuing my task. Itachi withdrew his sword and assumed his family's stance. Come on. Gladly. The man charged towards him. He aimed for his head with a left-hand punch. Itachi dodged it and thrust his sword to him. The man grabbed him using his right hand, spun it around, with Itachi in tow, and released it, making him go from the room to the grate outside. Itachi grunted as he was sent away outside. The man slowly walked to him. Shall we continue? Itachi stood up, and took another stance. Brining me out here is a bad move. Out here, I can use my Kaiden jutsus freely. Itachi made hand signs, and shouted, Kaiden, Gukaku no Jutsu, it's the great fireball technique. Itachi breathed in something and blew. Out of his mouth came a fireball. The man made his own hand signs, and shouted, Sweden, Mizutama 8. The man took a breath and blew. Out of his mouth came a water ball, thus, Mizutama. It hit the fireball and the whole area was covered in smoke. Itachi was on guard. He can't see where the armored man is. Wait, what? He can't see him anywhere. He looked left, nothing, right, nothing. He checked up, down, everywhere. He is nowhere to be found. Naruto, in his Death Knight armor, was well hidden from view. He also put on some Sharingan blocking seals to prevent Itachi from seeing him. After he found Itachi well away from his current position, he released an outburst of chakra. Itachi felt it, the outburst of chakra. Damn, it would surely attract the attention of the Hokage. Well, better clean things up and leave, now. Itachi said to no one, I see what you are doing. It will surely work, but I will finish my job here and now. Farewell. Itachi disappeared to find his mother. Kushina, in Naruto's mindscape, gasped. He's after Miko-chan. I won't let him. Naruto growled, before he disappeared in a yellow, black blur. Mikoto was running from Itachi. She had been too transfixed with the battle that took place just a few minutes ago, outside. She reached for the door. Unfortunately, a hand stopped her from gripping the handle. It was Itachi. I'm afraid you won't be going anywhere, mother. Itachi said, with his Sharingan activated. He punched her in the gut, thus sending her back. Itachi slowly walked to her, while taking out his sword. Soon, the plague that destroys Konoha will be gone. Itachi thought as he swung down. I'm not done with you yet. The armored man was back again. He punched Itachi. Itachi grunted in pain as he was sent back to the side of the room. The man turned to Mikoto. Go, fair maiden, your time has not yet come. Mikoto nodded and left, while resisting the urge to blush. Itachi stood up. Damn bastard, you're keeping me from my job. Itachi was about to charge when he felt a lot of chakra signatures entering the compound, one of them being his mother's. Grr, can't believe this. I will be back, mongrel. Itachi used a smoke bomb and left. Naruto, still in his Death Knight armor, went to Fugaku to check his pulse, not that it was helping. Nothing. He is dead. He turned to the open hole at the wall, and went through it. He was about to leave when... Wait. Naruto turned to see the Sandaime Hokage, the clan heads, with Mikoto, and the Anbu running to him. Well, it seems that my leave is 1 minute too late. No, wait, never too late at all. Hey, well, farewell, Naruto said, while turning. Wait, I would like to hear your name, sir. Mikoto asked to Naruto, whom she didn't know that it was him. Naruto stopped in mid-step. I'm afraid that I cannot speak my name, fair maiden. Mikoto blushed, while the others wondered why can't he say his name. At least, not yet. But I will tell you what I am known, for future references. I am the Death Knight of Konoha. Naruto started to turn around. I am the paladin of the Hokage. Naruto achieved full 180, but he still has his eyes closed. I am the Lich King. Naruto opened his eyes to show his glowing blue eyes. Only the Sandaime and the Hyuga clan head, Hiashi, knew who he was, from the title, but didn't ask him to elaborate further. If that's what you want to be called, then, I see no reason for you to not be called the Lich King-sama. The Sandaime said, while the others excluding Hiashi looked at him in shock. Hokage-sama, we can't just let him roam free. He might be an S-rank missing nin from other villages. If I am, then, shouldn't I have killed you already? Whatever. You might be. Don't sweat it. I'm not some S-rank missing nin. After all, I just started. There, you see, he's not even well known around here. So, the Sandaime turned to Naruto, still in Lich King armor, and said, you can leave in peace. Naruto bowed. I thank you for your kind consideration. Farewell. Naruto used an ice shunshin to leave. The Sandaime turned to Mikoto. Well, it seems you have a guardian angel around here somewhere, Mikoto. Mikoto nodded. Alexandros stood in front of Naruto. Now then, son of Kushina, it's time for your training to use the light. For this training, you have to. The scenery changed to a library. Study the paladin views, powers, capabilities, the such. After you finish reading, and understanding, the concept of being a paladin, we will move on to the next part. What? Naruto shouted to Alexandros. Do that, or do nothing, which will just result in you staying here longer. You see, you won't be getting out of this library, unless you finish reading it, cover to cover. Ah, man, Naruto pouted. Alexandros just chuckled. Don't worry, son of Kushina. It has already been simplified for your mind to comprehend. Farewell. Oh, well, I can't just spend an eternity here doing nothing, so, what am I waiting for? An invitation? Naruto asked himself, a rhetorical question. He just laughed. After he stopped, he went to the part of the library that has the number 1 on it, which means that he must start to read there. He grabbed the first book, which was entitled, The Light for Dummies, and opened it. All right, let's begin. Naruto began to read the book. It took Naruto almost 5.5 months to finish every book in the library. Damn, that was hard. I mean, on one shelf, it took him a half month, on another, 1 week. I mean, is this world finally coming to an end? On one half month, on another, a week. That's just plain weird. Anyway, moving on, after that 5.5 months worth of reading, Naruto waited for Alexandros to appear, which he did. Good, son of Kushina, you took a bit earlier than I expected. Anyway, it's time for your next part of the training. The scenery changed, again. This time, it turned to a battlefield. Application of what you learned. As such, the next part of training will be to use the knowledge of being a paladin against your opponent. Wait, who is my opponent? Naruto asked while steeling himself up. Alexandros smiled. It has always been a tradition for young and inexperienced paladins to battle another young and inexperienced paladin, but, since you are the only young and inexperienced paladin here, I will be your opponent. In fact, I will give you allowances. You may use Ashbringer, not Frostmourne, and your jutsus, except the Yamiden. I'm particularly interested in that Ranmaden of yours. Hi, Eridgetu, Alexandros sensei. Naruto then called Ashbringer into his mindscape and assumed a stance. A stance that Alexandros knew too well. The old paladin style of fighting. Well, It seems Arthas has been teaching you the fighting style of his time. Hi, he has, Naruto said, then charged. He jumped halfway. He swung Ashbringer for a downward slash. Alexandros sidestepped to the left to avoid it. Alexandros went for an uppercut and it hit, smoke. Rasengan. Naruto reappeared behind the smoke and hit him square on the torso, sending him back to the floor. Interesting, I suppose you made a Kage Bunshin in the library. Hey, of course I did, some of the books are hard to read, much less understand, so I just used it. I never knew about the fight, truthfully, sensei. Naruto said, while scratching the back of his head. Good, son of Kushina, the truth shall set you free, or whatever that saying was. Prepare yourself. Alexandros stood up and charged again. Naruto was prepared and jumped. Again. What is he thinking? That trick won't work the second time, son of Kushina, you have to think. Akuridan. Kubo, 1. Out of the blue, came a beam of light which is its translation and fell upon Alexandros. Naruto got down to the ground a few feet away from Alexandros and prepared his hand seals. Akuridan. Kyujaku Zukyu, 2. A light covered Naruto, and when it vanished he raised Ashbringer and slammed onto the ground, causing fissures to form on it. Wait, fissures. Oh, great. Alexandros jumped to avoid it. Just what Naruto was waiting for. Letting go of Ashbringer's handle, he formed hand seals and said, here's what you want, sensei, Ranmaden, Reza 3. Naruto breathed in something and released it. A laser came out of it. It hit Alexandros square in the face. He was blown back by the laser's brute force. Hey, Ranmation. Reza, a terrifying technique, is it not, Alexandros sensei? Naruto asked Alexandros, who was trying to get up. Indeed, but you need more than that to defeat me, son of Kushina. Naruto smirked. I know. He began through a series of hand seals, Ranmaden, Yusobutsushori Bakua. He breathed in some air and released it. Out of his mouth came a combination of the fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth element fused into one spear. Oh, man, the same attack he used against Arthas. Well, gotta think. Aha, Alexandros put his hand up and slammed it onto the floor. Akuridan. Kabe no Hikari, 4. Out of the area where he punched, came a wall of light. It collided with the Bakua and smoke covered the field. Alexandros was on guard. Naruto was especially tricky when it comes to smokes. Akuridan. Kubo. A beam of light came out of nowhere and tackled Alexandros. But the combo was not yet done. Ranmaden. Reza. A laser came out the area opposite of the area where the Kubo came out of. It hit Alexandros at the back. Soon, the whole area was bombarded by Akuridan, Kubo, and Ranmaden, Reza, as Alexandros tried to find a way out there. Too late. There are 3 Narutos in midair above him. 2 of them formed hand seals, while the third, the middle one, gathered chakra on his hand. The 2 hand seal forming Narutos shouted, in perfect unison and perfect coordination, Ranmaden, Yusobutsushori Bakua. Akuridan. Kyujaku Zukyu. The one who used the Akuridan attacked first. He slammed a fist onto Alexandros' torso and disappeared. The one who used the Ranmaden attacked next. He blew out a breath of the Bakua and it hit dead on at Alexandros' falling body. The Naruto disappeared as well. That leaves the one using Ranmaden, Yusobutsushori Rasengan, 5. Naruto went down for the killing, finishing blow. Rasengan plus Ranmaden, Yusobutsushori Bakua equals total annihilation. The Rasengan hit him dead on and an explosion rocked the place. Naruto knelt beside Alexandros, while forming hand seals, Akuridan, say Akari, 6. He put his hands over Alexandros' lying form. A light enveloped both of them. When it subsided, Alexandros sat up. What hit me? Naruto snickered. Hey, well, if you call being hit with the Akuridan, Kubo, and Ranmaden, Reza, 5 times each, Akuridan, Kyujaku Zukyu, 1 time, Ranmaden, Yusobutsushori Bakua, 1 time, and Ranmaden, Yusobutsushori Rasengan, 1 time, so, then those are what hit you. Alexandros stood up. He opened his eyes. He saw that they are in his sewer now. We are in the sewer, this is your mindscape, isn't it? If it is, then where are the others? Oh, they just left to get some snacks. Want some? Alexandros nodded. Both of them went to the cafeteria section. When they got there, they saw Minato and Kushina chatting with each other, while Arthas just eating his food, politely, of course, while Kyuubi was just eating, too. Hey, guys, Naruto shouted, gaining the whole sewer's connection. Ah, Naruto, just in time. Minato walked to Naruto. Time for what? Well, Kushi-chan has asked me to ask you about the event that has transpired yesterday. Minato replied. Oh, and what was that? Naruto asked. Minato was about to ask the question but Kushina cut him off. Was it just me, or did you call Miko-chan a fair maiden? Kushina asked. Naruto blushed and scratched his chin. Well, I mean, yeah. Naruto embarrassingly said. And why would you call her that, Sochi-kun? Kushina said, in a sickly sweet tone that made every sane man run away, is it that my Sochi-kun is falling for her? Naruto sputtered. And no, I mean, she may be beautiful, kind, understanding, and all that, but... Did you hear what you just said, Naruto? Minato asked him. Yeah, I called her beautiful, kind, understanding. What does that have to do with anything? Naruto asked, 100% clueless. Kushina ran and hugged her son. Ooh, my Sochi-kun is growing up. Falling in love with Miko-chan. She squealed. What? I mean, I find all those things I said before, but that was just a little, thing. Which then, evolves into a, love, thing. It's the natural part of love, Naruto. It starts with a, ends with, kids. Arthas butted in, making Naruto blush and glare at him. Okay, fine, Arthas Ojii-san. So, what's next? Naruto asked, eager for the next training. Well, Naruto, nothing's next. All of us are done. Minato told his son. Apparently, 6 years are too big for you. You finished in 1 year and 6.5 months ahead of schedule. Minato said, while checking his calendar. Whoa, I knew it. I am awesome. Naruto jumped up and down. After 46 minutes of jumping, he calmed down. So, what do I do now? Well, you could train here, or help more, fair maidens. Minato said, with a smirk. Naruto blushed. Oh Otu-san, as much as I find the idea good and ideal, some of them might be married. That's what you're worried about. Mikoto's already married, yet you like her. Be that as it may, Otou-san, she is still married. Well, since I'm bored, I'll be back later. Yane. Naruto disappeared from his mindscape, though he still supported the tomato-colored blush in his cheeks. Naruto opened his eyes and looked around. Kyuubi was nowhere in sight. Kyuubi-chan, where are you? The door to, bad timing, the bathroom opened and out came Kyuubi, with a towel wrapped around her body. Kyuubi seemed to have just noticed Naruto because she instantly hid herself with her hands. So sorry, Kyuubi-chan. I didn't know that you were taking a bath. Kyuubi just blushed. It's alright, Naruto-sama. It was an accident. Naruto, while looking away, said, I'll just be going outside, Q-chan. See ya. Kyuubi just nodded, not that he can see it, and said, Hi, enjoy the outside, Naruto-sama. Naruto closed the door to the mansion and left. Naruto left the mansion while thinking of a possible place to visit. Where can I visit? Maybe Kushina was just about to suggest the Hyuga compound when a scream was heard somewhere in it. Okay, that was weird. Well, better check it out. But first, Naruto changed to his Death Knight suit and ran to the Hyuga compound. Congratulations, Hiashi, Hitomi, you have a healthy baby girl. The Sandaime said as he cuddled the baby Hyuga in his arms. What are we going to name her, Hitomi Haim? Hiashi asked his wife, who seemed to be more tired than usual. Hanabi, it's a beautiful name, is it not, Hiashi-kun? She replied, her breath becoming more distorted. Ran out of word choice. Yes, it is. He took Hanabi from the Sandaime's hands. Hey, little Hanabi, you know what? She looks like you. Doesn't, Hinata? Okay, like me, too. Hitomi asked. Of course, she does. Hiashi replied. He looked at the ECG. Wait, is it getting slower? It can't be. Are you feeling all right, Hitomi Haim? He asked, worried about her answer. What are you talking about, Hiashi-kun? Of course, I feel fine. I'm just getting sleepy, Hitomi replied, as she began to close her eyes. No, stay awake, stay awake. Hiashi shook her, trying to make her stay awake. It's no use, Hiashi, the pain became too much for her. One of the councilmen said. Council bashing is here. Yes, also, she has lost too much blood. Another concluded, while mentally smirking. The Hyuga clan would finally be rid of weak clan members such as her. No, there has to be another way. Hiashi was about to call for a nurse when. There is. A voice, a chilly voice, said from behind the door. It opened and it showed, the Lich King, in all his glory. Lich King Sama, what do you mean, there is? The Sandaime asked, while hoping that Naruto, yes, he knows, has a solution. Hey, I am well trained in the paladin arts, Lord Hokage, didn't I tell you? I can heal her, to her full state. What must I do to help you? Hiashi asked. The Lich King turned to him. Quite simple, really, just move away for a little while. Hiashi complied. He and the Sandaime moved away from Hitomi, as the Lich King moved to her. At that instant, more people entered. Hokage-sama, we saw that this Lich King is heading a man in Anbu cloak and eagle mask said, but was cut off by the Lich King. Good observation. What are you doing here, Lich King-sama? Eagle asked. Surely, not for witnessing, this. Eagle chose his words carefully, because the Hokage, Hiashi, his wife, and his councilors are there. Not witness, no, but to help. I am here to help heal Lord Hiashi's wife, Lady Hitomi, to full health. The Lich King turned to her. Now, then, you might feel a bit tingly, later on. I must ask you to not move, please, for this is a very dangerous task for me to do. Hitomi nodded, weakly. The Lich King whispered, so that no one can hear, Ninpo, Shinden no Jutsu 7 while mentally making the hand seals. His hands glowed green and he put them on top of her body. Naruto used the Shinden no Jutsu to check Hitomi, if she is alright, well, if there is anything fatal to her body. That's weird, the blood she lost isn't enough to make her slip, in fact, she is. What is this? Naruto found something just by her stomach area, but he can't see it clearly. Try focusing more chakra, Naruto. Minato suggested. Naruto did so, but he still can't. Did you try using the Ikaridan? Oh, yeah, I forgot I had it. Naruto suddenly perked up, causing everyone in his head to sweat drop. He formed hand seals in his head and said, Ikaridan, say Shinden 8. This time, his hands glowed light, and he used it to scan Hitomi's body. He gasped. What the hell is this? Naruto said, through gritted teeth. Naruto, what is it? Minato asked. There is some sort of purplish liquid flowing through her. Remembering the training with Alexandros Ojii-san, it is poison. Naruto said. What? Minato and Kushina shouted, asked. Well, whoever made this is an amateur. Naruto smirked. After all, I've faced worse. Truthfully, before he stumbled upon the mansion, people wanted to kill him, either by poison, decapitation, burning, etc. So far, nothing worked because he always managed to get healed. The only successful at first but failed in the end tactic is the poisoning. Some tried to poison him, which succeeded on making Naruto feel the pain, but a few hours the pain subsided. Work of the Kyuubi, of course. Anyway, hey, I can heal this kind of pathetic poison. He made some hand seals and said, Ikaridan, Kurata Kiyomaru 9. Outside, at the hospital, everyone covered their eyes as a white light. When the light subsided, they looked at the Lich King and his work. It worked, if for a little. Hitomi did seem to be breathing all right. The Lich King whispered, again, Ikaridan, say Ikari. She was covered again in light. When it subsided, they saw Hitomi slowly open her eyes. Then she was about to say but a hand from the Lich King stopped her. Thanks is not needed. After all, your time has not yet come, Lady Hyuga. He said in a business-like tone. Hiashi and the Sandaime mentally chuckled. Typical Naruto. Quite unpredictable always but still intelligent and respectful at the right time. Now, if you will excuse me, Lord Hokage, Lord and Lady Hyuga, I bid thee farewell. The Lich King left. Hiashi turned to the Sandaime. Well, Hokage-sama, it seems that the Lich King is not from other villages, after all, if he helped not once but twice. Of course, Hiashi. The Sandaime replied. Now then, I must be back at the tower to finish my duties. Hiashi sighed. Duties of what? Paperwork or that damned Ika? Ever since Naruto helped the Sandaime by telling him to use Kage Bunshin for paperwork, he has been seen sitting on his couch reading his Ika books. Regardless of him needing rest, he still is a Hokage. Oh, well, might as well let him. Very well, Hokage-sama. The Sandaime left. Hiashi turned to his counselors. Leave us, I want to stay here with my wife. The counselors wanted to argue but a glare from Hiashi shut them up. Leave, now, Hiashi told them sternly. He released his ki. It worked. They left, immediately. When the door closed, Hiashi activated a privacy seal. So, Naruto, what did you find out? Hiashi asked from somewhere on the corner of the room. Hitomi's eyes widened. Naruto. What's he? She wanted to ask what has Naruto got to do with this but another voice cut her. Well, besides the fatigue of the childbirth, she is perfectly fine, Hiashi-sama. Hitomi turned to the voice and she saw the Lich King there, leaning on the wall with arms crossed. Why, you are the Lich King? Nodded. Yes, I am Uzumaki Naruto, or, as I am soon to be known, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Hitomi's eyes widened more. I see that Hiashi-sama hadn't told you about me. Well, that is to be expected from the teammate of my father. I am Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, son of Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, Konoha no Kiroi Senku, and Uzumaki Kushina, Konoha no aka Shi, chosen one of Arthas Menethil and Alexandros Mograine. Hitomi just lay there, jaw and eyes open wide. He was the son of her best friend, and the Hokage. More importantly, he was the chosen one of the legendary swords. Yes, Kushina told her about that. Hiashi mock glared at him. Great, you made her speechless, Naruto. Naruto laughed. Sorry about that, but I had to. Moving on, when I diagnosed her, I found traces of poison in her bloodstream. Poison. Hiashi was speechless as well. Who would want to poison his wife? Surely, no one would be bold enough to do so. Well, whoever it was, he has the same guts as Naruto, because Naruto had the guts to prank everyone in Konoha. The perpetrator, however, I could not find out. I did, however, cleansed her body of it. I see, thank you, Naruto. I will find the perpetrator, as you call him. Hiashi said, while trying to hold in his anger. Whoever did this will pay. Like I told Hitomi-sama, thanks is not needed. Her time has not yet come. Farewell. Naruto disappeared in an ice shunshin. Don't worry, Hiashi-kun. I will be fine, Hitomi assured her husband, finally knocking out of her stupor. Of course you will, I'll make sure of it. Hiashi said, I will stay here until you are fine to leave. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, the son of Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato and Konoha no Kiroi Senku, and Uzumaki Kushina, the aka Shi. Heir to Frostmourne, weapon of the Lich King, Arthas Menethil, and Ashbringer, weapon of the paladin, Alexandros Mograine. Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko, the nine-tailed demon fox. He finished his training, finally. For 6 years, he has been taught by the said people, technically, 5, but still, he has finished it. The last year, the 6th year, of his training was devoted to make him physically fit. He made himself an exercise schedule. Mondays, arm training. Tuesdays, abs training. Wednesdays, leg training. Thursdays, reflex and flexibility training. Are they the same? Fridays, reaction time and coordination training. Saturdays, mental and emotion control training. Sundays, rest. Well, talk about addict. And he does that every day of every month of the year. But, thank goodness for the fact that he gets at least 2 days a month off, 4 at most. Moving on, whenever he gets the day off, he makes more moves for his elemental affinities or working on his swordplay, or whatever that word was. Amazingly, he has worked out to the point that he can do his exercises to the extreme, such as one-armed push-ups. He has already gone through 3/4 of the year, and counting. 98, 99, 100. Naruto finished his routine for Monday, by 6 o'clock in the afternoon. He stood up and looked at himself at the mirror. He's outside of his mindscape. Damn. No cursing. His mother berated at him. Okay. He looked at himself again. He had a firm build, not the pure bodybuilder's build, the really big arms, the large body, shivers. I might as well enjoy the joint between the bodybuilder's build and the build that people who want to lose weight, but not gain too much muscle, wants. Whoa, I look good. Indeed, you do, little one, but don't let it go to your head. You may be all macho why, but you still are human. Death will come if you are not careful. Okay, Arthas Ojii-san. Naruto said. While Arthas had a tick mark, he still hasn't gotten used to the nickname. He really wanted to keep on talking to himself about his well-built body. He is right, son of Kushina, overconfidence is one of the main causes of defeat and death in the battlefield. Ah, not you too, Alexandros Ojii-san. Naruto pouted. Both ancestors laughed, along with Minato and Kushina. They're right, you know. Minato told him, as he calmed down. Kushina agreed. Kyuubi-chan, help me out here, please. Naruto begged the said lady, who was giggling at them. As much as I want to, I can't, Naruto-sama. They far outweigh you, in terms of reasoning. Naruto dropped anime tears. Not you, too, Naruto sniffed, jokingly, of course. All of them laughed at that point. Well, I better take a bath. The sweat is getting to me. He went to the bathroom. A figure is running from someone. The figure was wearing a torn kimono. Why was the figure wearing that? The figure ran to the light. It was a woman, with black hair and black eyes, the only things distinguishable at this range and light. She was running away. Uchiha Mikoto was running for her life. One moment, she had come home, another, she was surrounded by idiotic men. Flashback. She was returning from buying food and stuff for her and Sasuke. She opened the door to the house, or whatever they call the Uchiha house. She found a bunch of guys, with their backs turned, and Sasuke standing in front of them. Ah, there she is, boys. Have fun. Sasuke smirked. The men turned to her. So, this her, licks lips she looks satisfying. Another one said. Let's get her. In an instant, they grabbed her and began to tear her clothes. Let go of me, she screamed. Now, we wouldn't want to give your pretty little body some wounds. But, maybe, we might wound your little. The other dude might have finished it if Sasuke hadn't come to them. Why are you doing this, Sasuke? She asked her son. Simple, we need to rebuild the Uchiha clan. Since I am not yet that developed, I planned on using you to rebuild it. Sasuke replied. He turned to the idiots. Continue. Yes, Uchiha-sama. The idiots replied. Good, take as long as you want, I'll be inside my room, practicing my katas. He left. The idiots turned to her. Now, then, shall we? She used a kawarimi to switch herself with the items she bought. Hey, get her. They went after her. Flashback end. She doesn't know where to go. The other clans were sleeping. Besides, they wouldn't care. They heard about that damned coup d'etat SP. So, she just kept running around until she can find an open door. There. A door that's open. She couldn't care less whose house she was going in, as long as she is safe. Kyuubi tended to the gardens before retiring for the night, and Naruto, well, he was changing to his orange jumpsuit. Don't worry. I'll change it, in a few chapters. She was about to close the door when she saw Mikoto running towards here. She sensed a few others chasing her, males, far, still far, but, damn them. Might as well let her in and let Naruto handle those idiots. Hello, what are you doing here? It's not safe. At Kyuubi started. Help, please, help me, Mikoto pleaded. Why? Mikoto told Kyuubi about what happened. She almost lost herself in anger. All right, come in. She closed the door. Both women went to the living room. Mikoto sat down at the sofa while Kyubi went to her room and grabbed a new kimono for her. While she was doing that, Mikoto was staring at the floor, unbelieving the event that has transpired. She was so busy in her thoughts, that she never heard the door to Naruto's room open. Naruto went out from his room. When he opened it, his eyes widened at what he saw. It was Uchiha Mikoto, sitting down at the sofa, while staring at the ground. Huh, isn't that the matriarch of the Uchiha clan? Why is she here? Minato took into consideration the facts, the torn dress, the tired look, the staring at the ground, the tears almost falling from her eyes. It came to him. He concluded that it was almost rape, but he wasn't just going to jump to conclusions yet. Miko-chan, what's she doing here? Isn't she supposed to be at the Uchiha manor, taking care of the only family she has left? Kushina asked. Arthas and Alexandros noticed that Kyubi was angry. She was balling her fists, too much that it was bleeding. Her eyes were gaining a more reddish and feral look. Her tails are swirling around her, as if trying to break free. Kyubi, what's wrong? Arthas asked. Naruto, Kushina, and Minato turned to them. Those monsters. Kyubi whispered. They tried to do that, it is unforgivable. What is? Kyubi told them what Mikoto told her. After that, they had different reactions. Minato. It is as I feared. Kushina. I can't believe it. Arthas. A son, doing this to his own mother. Alexandros. This is worse than the scourge. Naruto. Grr. The others turned to Naruto, who had red, slitted eyes, elongated fangs and claws, and had red chakra surrounding him. I'll kill him. Minato calmed him down. I'm afraid, Naruto, you can't. Everyone looked at him, surprised to take I'm not taking that brat's side. But, think about it logically, if you kill him, it might cause problems for us, also, it might cause more of that event to happen to her. Minato reasoned. Kushina, Arthas, Alexandros, and Kyubi hesitantly agreed. All right, Naruto. Naruto said, I might not kill him, but I will kill those other bastards waiting outside. He disappeared from his mindscape. Naruto reached consciousness and looked at the scene in front of him. Kyubi looking at Naruto while holding a kimono for Mikoto, while the latter looking at him, in shock. Kyubi-chan, Mikoto-san, stay here. Naruto went to the place where he kept Frostmourne and removed it. I'll deal with the trash. Naruto turned to them while his eyes were glowing blue, making Mikoto look even more shocked. Why you were the before she could say another word, Naruto was covered in a cloud of frost. Thank you, Runish67 for the suggestion. It sounded inappropriate for blue smoke to do that _, and when it cleared, it showed the said Lich King, in all his glory, holding Frostmourne in his right hand. Indeed, I am the Lich King, fair maiden. He said, with a smirk, though it's not noticeable due to the helmet. Mikoto blushed. Even after the 2 years lapse, she still hasn't gotten used to the name. Naruto went to the door and closed it. Mikoto just realized something. She turned to Kyubi. Did he call you? Yes, but more will be explained, later on, Mikoto-san. So I suggest you wait. Kyubi replied, while trying, and failing, to hide her excitement. In fact, I'm intrigued about what he will do to those idiots. Kyubi shook it off. Anyway, here is a kimono for you. The door to the mansion opened and a figure walked out of it. The figure was none other than the Lich King. The crowd of idiots, as I may call them, looked unfazed by his presence, even if the Lich King released an aura of coldness. Hey, you, I saw that woman Uchiha-sama gave us run towards here. One of them shouted. Yeah, give her back to us. Another shouted. We need her to bring glory to the Uchiha clan in Konoha. A third one shouted. Enough. The Lich King shouted, shutting them up instantly. What are you talking about? The Lich King wanted them to tell him the whole thing, just so to catch them in their own words. Hey, Uchiha-sama gave us that woman to revive his clan. One of them shouted. The others agreed. It angered Naruto. Well, I'm afraid I'm keeping her. He said, shocking them all. What? He gave her to us. She's isn't yours. The leader shouted. The Lich King smirked. I know, but she isn't yours, either. What? Uchiha-sama. Screw what the Uchiha-sama gave to you. He doesn't have the authority to give people away. In fact, no one does, except the one that is giving himself or herself away. That's perfect bullshit. She is ours, and no one, not even you, will take her from us. The Lich King responded by taking out the Frostmourne from its sheath. Yes, it has one, and he stabbed it into the ground. You just signed your own death warrants. The Lich King whispered words that no one can hear. Frostmourne no Higi. Seiken Kyushu 1. Frostmourne's runes glowed blue and the skull's eye sockets released clouds of frost as the ground where it was stabbed glowed blue, as well. Then, cracks appeared. As the place where the Frostmourne was stabbed as the point of origin, cracks, whipped from it and worked its way towards the idiots. They tried to avoid it, but they can't. The cracks just followed them. Then again, the cracks can't even make them fall into whatever was underneath the ground, so they stopped. Big mistake. The moment the cracks reached them, they felt something pull them, pulling, until they fell dead. No, they're worse than dead. They had their souls ripped from them. They are alive, yes, but without a soul. They just exist, like the Dementor's kiss at Harry Potter. The Lich King removed Frostmourne from the ground, sheathed it, made some hand seals and whispered, Kaden, Shintai Kogasu 2. In an instant, the bodies burned before his eyes, not that he cared, and only ashes were left. He made some more hand seals and whispered, Sweden, Juka 3. The Lich King put out his hands and water came out of it. The water went to the ashes and it went to the bushes. That's done. He went to the door, opened it, closed it, and locked it, before going back to the living room. Naruto climbed up the stairs and saw Mikoto in a red kimono with Kyuubi wearing her nightgown. Naruto fought himself to prevent himself from blowing back with a nosebleed. Mikoto-san, the trouble has been dealt with. Naruto bowed. But, I'm afraid, you aren't safe from the Uchiha compound if Sasuke is indeed the one that put them up to this. Mikoto had her head down. Then, where will I go, now? She asked. Naruto thought about it, from her point of view, but from his, and Kyuubi's, he's discussing it with his tenants. What do you guys think? Naruto asked the others. I say, let her stay here. She already has had enough experience with idiots, besides, here, she will be safe. Minato told him. Yes, besides, she is kind of fun to be with. Kushina said. She is good company, makes good conversations, the like. Also, the fact that this, Uchiha, wants to revive his damned clan through his mother is evil. That plan he made makes the attacks from the Scourge look like a school fight. Really? Naruto asked. Arthas nodded. Yes, the Scourge immediately ends the torment, whether if it is like the torment that she could have experienced or otherwise. It's disgusting. Planning to rape a woman while taking turns like that. If that happened to me, I swear I'll kill him and myself. Wait, why would you do that? Naruto asked, confused. I ask you, how many of them were there? Well, at least 14 or so. Naruto thought about it. Imagine, if you were in her position and you were hounded by those idiots, and they managed to do that, what would you do? I would, I don't know, commit suicide or something. Why? Well, it makes me feel violated and dirty, if that happens. Exactly, so let her stay here, so that she might, will not experience that curse, sooner or later. Okay, what say you guys, Alexandros Ojii-san, Kyuubi-chan? Let her stay here. I believe that she will feel safe here. Need I remind you of the seals Minato placed here? Okay, you last, Kyuubi-chan. Naruto asked the said lady. Can she stay here? It makes me insecure if she went out there and it happens again. Kyuubi told him. It's settled, then, she will stay here. Naruto told Mikoto. You could stay here, if you like. There's room here. Hee. Naruto scratched the back of his head. In fact, there's a lot of room here. Why? Because Sasuke might still look for you, and have more of those idiots waiting. Besides, Naruto smiled, no one knows that you are here, except us three. Well, perhaps, Hokage-sama Ojii-san. But, please, would you experience the torment that Sasuke prepared for you, just to get back there and, I don't know, get your stuff? Well, no. Then, could you stay here? Naruto asked her, though with begging eyes. He couldn't have a person going through that hellhole. Alright. Mikoto agreed. Finally, Naruto smiled. Good. Then it's settled. Naruto took out a map and gave it to her. This is a map of the Namikaze. Wait, you mean, we are in the actual Namikaze mansion? Mikoto asked, shocked. Indeed. How? If I remember, Yondaime-sama was the last Namikaze. And he died when the Kyuubi attacked. Wait, I almost forgot. You called this lady. Mikoto pointed to Kyuubi. Kyuubi-chan, why? Hey, because she is the Kyuubi no Yoko. Naruto told her. But, how could she be here? She was sealed inside a child. Mikoto asked. Well, because I am the child that my father sealed Kyuubi inside of. Mikoto's eyes widened. I am Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, son of the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato, the Konoha no Kiroi Senku, and Uzumaki Kushina, aka she. Mikoto's eyes widened more. He was the son of her best friend and the Yondaime Hokage. I know, hey, hard to take in, isn't it? Naruto asked her, sheepishly. Well, yes, but that still doesn't explain why she is out here and not inside the seal. Well, before I can tell you that, I have to ask you something. Can you keep a secret? Naruto took a serious tone. Mikoto flinched at his seriousness. Yes. Then, what I'm about to tell you is strictly forbidden to tell to anyone, not even the Hokage, though he knows already. Naruto told her. Hokage-sama knows. Hi. Along with Hiashi-sama. So, I'm the third to know this secret. Yes. Naruto sighed. Anyway, the reason why she is out here is that she controlled the soul of the true Lich King, from the blade, Frostmourne. Frostmourne. The true Lich King. What do you mean? Mikoto couldn't understand. Sure, Kushina told her about the Ashbringer part, but not this Frostmourne. Naruto proceeded to explain to her that he is the heir to the Frostmourne and Ashbringer, which made Mikoto shocked. The training he received, you know, the whole shit. After the explanation, Mikoto just stared at him. Hello, Mikoto-san. Naruto waved his hand to wake her up. Mikoto snapped out of her trance. Oh, I was just shocked at this revelation. Mikoto told him. Of course, it's in the Namikaze and Uzumaki bloods to make people get shocked at simple things. Naruto replied. Now then, we must be sleeping. Naruto yawned. Kyuubi-chan, Mikoto-san, good night. Naruto started to walk to his bedroom when, oh, I forgot. Naruto turned to them. Your bedroom, Mikoto-san, is just beside Kyuubi-chan's. Naruto pointed to it. Mikoto thanked him and went inside. Kyuubi did the same, after bidding, good night, to Naruto. Naruto looked around to see if he missed something, like a fallen dust mite. Hey, funny. Anyway, after he checked everything, ranging from the lock at the entrance to the kitchen security, he retired to his room. Naruto spent the remaining days of the year visiting various places, namely, the Hokage Tower, and Ichiraku's ramen. Anyway, if he was done doing business with the latter and talks with the former, he would wander around Konoha, looking for something to do. On the last day of freedom before the team placements, he found himself totally bored. He just finished eating lunch at Ichiraku's. His appointment with the Hokage would still take, at least, 3 hours before he could meet him. Oh, what would Naruto-chan do? Maybe you could visit Hiashi at the Hyuga compound. Minato suggested. I'm sure his daughter, too, would be bored. Very funny, Otou-san. Naruto thought. No, really, I'm sure he wouldn't disagree. Are you sure? Of course, I'm sure. Besides, I'm sure her uncle would want to meet her niece's savior. Minato smiled. Fine. Naruto went to the Hyuga compound, thinking, this better not be a bad time, over and over again. Naruto stopped at the door of the Hyuga compound. He looked at the guards. They looked back. Though, without the usual glares he received when he was younger. May I see Hiashi-sama? Naruto asked, nervously. The guard on the left nodded and said, of course, but do not cause problems to him or the council or you will be forced to leave and never return. Naruto nodded in affirmation. I see, Thank you very much, Hyuga-san. Naruto bowed and went inside. The L guard looked at the R guard. Well, it seems things are about to get interesting, eh, Hyuga? The L guard asked. The R guard, now known as Hyuga, shrugged and said, indeed, it will, Nero, indeed, it will. They both returned to their posts. Hiashi was in his study, dealing with his usual stuff. Hey, I don't know what he does in his study. He may be doing paperwork or checking the attendance of the Hyuga clan members, or something. Anyway, he heard a knock on the door. He looked up. Enter. The door opened and in walked Naruto. Ah, Naruto, what can I do for you? Though it seems I can do little, due to the work I have here. Hiashi looked down and continued his work. Naruto looked pencil-eyed. Well, why didn't you do Kage Bunsen's? Well, I tried, but those council members wanted me to work on it, personally. Hiashi sighed. So, what can I do for you? Well, I would like to meet your daughter, Hiashi-sama, if it is permitted, of course. Naruto suggested, respectfully. I don't see why not, Naruto. In fact, Hitomi Haim is about to go here and bring me my tea. She will be around here shortly. Naruto nodded and waited. After a few minutes, a knock was heard. Ah, here she is now. Enter, Hiashi said. The door opened and in came Hitomi carrying a tray with a teapot and teacups. Ah, Hitomi Haim, thank you. He accepted the tea. Anytime, Hiashi-kun. Hitomi noticed Naruto. Ah, Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? She asked. Naruto smiled, and scratched the back of his head. Well, Hitomi-sama, I was hoping to visit your daughter and see if she is alright. Naruto thought of something. Also, I was bored, so I came here to play with her. A sweat drop was shown on Hiashi's and Hitomi's heads. Very well, Naruto-kun. Come with me and I'll lead you to where she is. She left. Naruto bowed low to Hiashi and left, as well. Naruto exited the compound and entered the playground and saw Hinata, with Hanabi, a Hyuga couple, and, what he assumed as their son, a young male Hyuga. The couple, along with their son, greeted Hitomi. She greeted them, too, before letting Naruto greet himself. Greetings, Hyuga-sama. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Naruto bowed. Hitomi introduced them to Naruto. Naruto-kun, this is Hyuga Hazashi, Hiashi-kun's younger brother, she said, while pointing at the male Hyuga, who nodded. She continued, this is his wife, Hyuga Hikari, the said woman nodded her head, and this is their son, Hyuga Neji. She finished, pointing at Neji, who nodded, though a bit more reluctantly. Well, hello. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Well, Naruto don't know what to say. Hitomi answered for him. He wanted to play with Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan. Hazashi nodded. Very well. Naruto still looked embarrassed. Could I also play with, your son? Naruto asked nervously. The others looked at him, wide-eyed. He wanted a branch family member to play with him with the heiresses of the main family. I'm not sure that is. Please. It makes me feel sad that another kid is not having fun while the others are. Naruto asked. Well, technically, begged, with the infamous puppy dog I know jutsu. Hazashi laughed. Well, it seems your kindness knows no bounds, Naruto-san. But the choice is not up to me, however. Hazashi suddenly took a serious expression. It is my son's. All looked at Neji. Well, I supposed it couldn't hurt to play a little. Neji said, though it seems he was embarrassed by it. Okay, let's go. Naruto grabbed Neji by the arm and went off to the girls. So, that is him, then? Hazashi asked. Hitomi looked at him. He is who? She asked. Do you know who? Hazashi replied, making Hitomi look wide-eyed. Why you know? Of course, why else would he visit us if he wasn't the one who did it? Hazashi made his point. I saw him at the kidnapping. If he wasn't at the kidnapping, why would he be here? Surely, not for a family reunion, since none of his relatives were Hyuga. I see. Have you told anyone yet? Hitomi asked. Well, besides Hikari-chan, no one. I would trust her to keep her word to not tell anyone, even her closest friends. Neji is too young to realize the importance of that information. If I'm correct, then, Hiashi-ni-san, you, Hikari-chan, and I only know of this in the Hyuga clan. Besides us, Hokage-sama knows, too. Hitomi nodded in response. Thank you for your secrecy, Hizashi-kun. Thanks is not needed, Hitomi-sama. Hizashi replied. Hitomi looked at him. It reminded her of what Naruto said when she was thanking him. Thanks is not needed, Lady Hyuga. It was almost identical, if not for the difference of the speaker, his clothing, everything else, including the bold text. Thank you, anyway, she said. Naruto stopped in front of the heiresses, while still holding Neji. Hey, can we play with you? Naruto asked. Hinata and Hanabi looked at him. Hinata nodded. Hi, Uzumaki Naruto, nice to meetacha. Naruto held out his other hand. Hinata took it and shook it. I'm Hyuga Hinata and this is my imo Udo, Hyuga Hanabi. She motioned for her younger sister. Nice to meetacha, Hanabi-san. Naruto held out his hand, while giving off his foxy grin, making Hinata go red. His smile. It's too cute. Her train of thought went overtime as she continued to process of remembering that grin. Oi, Hinata-san, a voice said. She got out of her train of thoughts to see Naruto looking at her, while waving a hand in front of her. Oh, good, you're back. You have been spaced out for a while now. I have, she asked. Well, of course, I asked. What would you want to play? Hanabi-san, and Neji-san said that it was up to you. So, I asked you, but you didn't answer. So, I checked up on you. Naruto retold it. Well, I don't know much games, Naruto-kun. Hinata confessed. You don't. Oh, well, maybe we could train. Yes, maybe we could do that. Since the academy will start soon. Naruto suggested. He, then, turned to Neji. Would you want to train with us, Neji-san? I suppose it wouldn't hurt a bit. Neji replied. For the past 2 hours, they spent it training for the exams the day after this. When they worked enough sweat, Naruto turned to Neji. Nay, Neji-san, why don't you spend some time with your cousin? He replied. Because, it is against the Hyuga laws. A branch family member cannot make a conversation with a main family member, unless if it is necessary, or if it is ordered of me. Well, that's pretty weird, no offense meant. Naruto quickly said. None taken, Naruto-san. In fact, Neji trailed off. What? Nothing. It's unimportant. Come on, you can tell me. Naruto persisted. It's not important, Naruto-san. Neji persisted back. Hey, come on, don't have to be so stiffy. Naruto joked. Anyway, spend some time with Hinata-san or Hanabi-san or their parents, at least, 2 times a day or something. You might enjoy it, he suggested. I'll think about it, Neji said. He may not like the main family for giving him the seal but it might be worth it. Naruto-kun, Hitomi's voice said. Everyone looked at her. Hokage-sama is here, saying that it is important. Something clicked in Naruto's mind. I forgot. I'm supposed to talk with him. He suddenly ran towards the door to go to the tower, but the Sandame was already inside the compound. Do not fret about it, Naruto-kun. The Sandame patted him on the head. Ji-san, Naruto said. Come, Naruto-kun, we have much to discuss. He replied and they disappeared with a shunshin, leaving the Hyuga clan members alone. So, what do we do now? Hizashi asked. We watch them play again. Hitomi replied, smiling. Sure enough, the remaining 3 playmates played to their heart's content. The Sandame appeared in his office with Naruto, in tow. Naruto saw Sandame clones doing his paperwork, while the original sat in his sofa. Please, sit, Naruto-kun. He beckoned. Naruto complied. He sat on the seat opposite of his. I apologize, Naruto-kun, if I had become too busy with the others, but they have been visiting every now and then. He apologized. Don't worry about it, Ojii-san. Naruto waved it off. Anyway, I would like to request something. Oh, and what would the request be? He asked. I would like to be a one-man team. Naruto replied. Why? He asked back. Well, because, I need to be secret with my training. He reasoned. Also, I noticed that the teams are off when the others graduated. Really? It seems Minato and Kushina taught you more than attacks, eh? He laughed. Naruto pouted. Of course, Ojii-san. Haha, of course, they did. He laughed again. But then again, you do make a point. But to be sure, I have to assess your skills. He suddenly became serious. Show me, Naruto, you're worth to be a one-man team. Naruto, also taking a serious expression, said, very well, Hokage-sama, let us go to a training ground. Very well, the most secluded training place is Training Ground 44, A. K. A. The Forest of Death. Very well, Ikuzo, let's go. They both shinned. They appeared in the Forest of Death. They prepared themselves, like Naruto turning into his Lich King armor and the Sandaime changing into his battle armor, and they fought. Naruto charged, while making hand seals, Ranmaden, Yusobutsushori Bakua. He breathed in air and released a spear of the 5 elements. The Sandaime made his own hand seals and said, Doden, Doryuheki. A wall of earth appeared in front of him. The spear just broke through it and hit the Sandaime square in the chest, before turning into mud and went to join the earth below. What? Naruto asked. Doden. Doryuden. The Sandaime shouted from somewhere behind Naruto. He looked at his back to see a mud dragon speeding its way towards him. In reflex, he made his hand seals and said, Ranmaden, Reza. He breathed in some air and blew it, releasing a big laser beam towards the mud dragon. It hit the mud dragon and mud covered the area. Interesting, Naruto-kun. The Sandaime praised. But it will need more than that to convince me. He made some hand seals. Kaden, Karyu Enden. He breathed in and out came a fire dragon that split into 3 directions and attacked Naruto simultaneously. Naruto reacted by using a Kuriden, Kami Tate 1. Naruto's body was covered in runes and it separated from his body and formed a dome above him. The fire dragon hit Naruto, but didn't damage him. Really interesting. He is beginning to prove himself. The Sandaime made some hand seals and said, Doden, Doryu Taiga. The ground beneath Naruto began to shift and it turned into a quicksand. He was sent down until only half of his body was remaining. Hey, not bad, Ojii-san, but now, it's time to get serious. He activated his Uzugen. The ground beneath him shifted again. Naruto took that opportunity to jump out of it. It seems he is using his mother's Kekkei Genkai. Very well, Naruto-kun, he made hand seals and said, Doden, Doryuden. He released another mud dragon. This time, Naruto was prepared. First, he changed from Uzugen to Tekigen, then, made some hand seals, and said, Yamiden, Shikoiru. He held out his hand and a greenish skull was on it. He threw it at the dragon. It collided and the dragon became mud again. He made another set of hand seals and said, Akariden, Kubo. He held out his palm and a beam of light exited it. It hit the Sandaime in the chest. He was sent back by the brute force of it. Once he stood up, he only saw a glimpse of what Naruto was doing when the said boy hit him. Ranmaden, Yusobutsushori Rasengan. He rammed the Rasengan into the Sandaime's torso and it exploded. The Sandaime awoke and saw Naruto healing him. Hey, how long was I out? He asked. Naruto looked happy. You're finally awake, Ojii-san. Well, you were out for, at least, 30 minutes. He said. I don't know, I lost count. Anyway, Naruto-kun, you have impressed me enough. The Sandaime said. Really? Naruto replied, with stars in his eyes. Yes, you will be a one-man team as you requested. The Sandaime smiled as Naruto hugged him. Then, ow, my stomach. Oh, hee, that would be the effect of the Rasengan I slammed into you. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Sumimasen, Ojii-san. Don't worry about it, Naruto-kun. I'm sure it will heal, eventually. Thanks, Ojii-san. Naruto helped the Sandaime stand up and they shinned into his office to officiate the one-man teaming. Naruto was excited. Why, you ask? Because, it is time for the team placements. He was finally going to be a ninja. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep the night before. Let's go on to today. He walked casually to the academy doors. He wore a sleeveless black t-shirt that had a design of a clash of 2 swords in the front, and the Uzumaki clan crest on the back, though it can't be seen with the short sleeve cloak that he wore on top of it. It had a blue background with white snowflakes adorning it, and white icicles at the bottom. He also wore black pants with white stripes going down the sides. He wore Frostmourne at his left side, in its sheath, while Ashbringer was at its own sheath, though the sheath was just cloth that is covering it and was strapped onto his back. His name is Uzumaki Naruto, Yumi no Iruka asked, as he checked the class attendance. No answer. Uzumaki Naruto, he asked a second time. Still no answer. Uzuma, the senseis and Naruto were informed beforehand about the latter. Oh, and Mizuki ain't a bad guy, sound good enough for you. Why even bother with a latecomer, Iruka-sensei? Sasuke said. Because, as rule states, once his name is called 3 times, and she doesn't reply, then he is considered absent. So, since you have interrupted me, when I said his name, a 3rd time, I have to repeat it. Uzuma. Oh, here, a voice said, from the door. They turned to it. Well, there he is. In all his black glory. Sorry, I'm late, Iruka-sensei, I overslept last night. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Oh, no, don't worry about it, Naruto. Iruka waved off. Then, he pointed at the empty chairs. Take a seat, Naruto. Of course, Iruka-sensei. Naruto walked to the chair that was beside Hinata. Hey, Hinata, how are things at home? He asked with a smile. Hinata blushed. Well, besides the fact that Neji ni-san has mellowed out a bit, everything is the same, Naruto-kun. Hinata replied. Naruto nodded his head. Hey, I told him that it would be worth his time to have a little fun, even once in a while, though, it was only, what? A few hours before the team placement. Wait, I don't see him here. Naruto looked around. True to word, no one looks like Hyuga Neji. Well, he already has a team. He's 1 year older than us. Hinata said. Oh, I see, Naruto replied. So, we are going to begin the graduation exam. We are going to call you off, one by one, and you will perform 4 consecutive techniques. Kawarimi, Bunshin, Henge, and a jutsu that only you know. Iruka finished his speech about ninjas. Then, he, Mizuki, and 3 others entered the testing room. Then, they heard Iruka's voice say, Haruno Sakura. Then, the only Pinky there entered the testing room. A few minutes have passed since Iruka has called Sakura in. She came out with the Hitai SP, and they continued to test the others. While this was going on, Naruto and Hinata talked. So, Hinata, how did Neji actually mellow a bit? Naruto asked her. Hinata thought about something a bit. Well, when you left, Otou-san came out a few minutes later. He saw Neji ni-san playing with us. Flashback. This one is from Hinata's memories. I assume that Naruto asked all 3 of them to play with him. Hiyashi asked the remaining 3 Hyuga adults, who nodded. Of course, ni-san, Hizashi replied. I was actually surprised with that. Well, he is unpredictable as he is respectful, Hizashi. Hiyashi said. Of course. Hiyashi looked at Hitomi and Hikari. They seemed to be happy that both their children get to play together. Hiyashi looked back at the playing children. He noticed that Neji looked as if he's forcing his smile, though only a little bit. So it's about 85% not forced and 15% forced. Hiyashi remembered the slight anger that Hizashi had for being born in the branch family. So, he put 2 and 2 together, which makes 4, and concluded that his slight anger has been passed on to Neji. Would you mind if I called Neji for a little while? Hiyashi asked his younger brother. The latter just looked at the former with surprised, yet very well hidden eyes. May I ask why? He asked. Hiyashi replied, I want to ask him something important. Hizashi looked suspicious. Then, he nodded. Very well. Neji, come here for a moment. Hizashi beckoned his son to them. Neji looked at him. Then, he saw Hiyashi. His eyes darkened at his sight. Hiyashi noticed the darkening. Inherited the anger, indeed. Neji said, very well, Hiyashi-sama. Neji followed Hiyashi to his study. Hiyashi sat down, then, ushered him to do the same. Now, from here on out, it will be Hiyashi's memories that were elaborated by him to Hinata, Hanabi, Hitomi, Hikari, and Hisashi. Neji, Hiashi said, I have noticed during your enjoyment with my daughters, you have been trying to fake your smile. Neji nodded and said, indeed, Hiashi-sama, as clan law states, a branch family member cannot have any kind of conversation with a main family member, unless ordered to, or if it is of utmost importance. Hiashi stared at him. Well, be that as it may, how do you feel about that? Neji slightly frowned. Hiashi took his silence as either fear or secrecy of the truth. I will understand completely if you don't like it, Neji. But, I have to have your opinion. Neji still didn't feel safe from it, but felt it no better to argue. Very well, Hiashi-sama. Truthfully, I detest the Hyuga clan laws and traditions. They branded my father for being the younger brother while you, with all due respect, get the place as the Hyuga clan head. I find it completely detestable. Hiashi nodded in understanding. I see, I will tell you something, Neji, that I have told no one, except my wife, about. So far, only 4 people know about this, though the other 2 are dead. I believe that it is time for you to find this out. But, you are to tell this to no one, not even your father, is that clear? Neji nodded. Hi, I understand the task that is given on to me. Very well, the 4 people that know about this are myself, my wife, the Yondaime Hokage, and his wife. Neji looked wide-eyed. Sorry, Hiashi-sama, but it seems I have misheard you. I seem to have heard that Yondaime-sama had a wife. Neji asked. Hiashi chuckled. Well, I didn't expect you to, since only a few people knew about that. You see, me and the Yondaime were old friends, in fact, we were teammates along with Fugaku. And Mai and his wife were also good friends and teammates along with Fugaku's wife. Hiashi said, the only people that knew that he had a wife were myself, my wife, Fugaku's wife, the Sandame, and Jiraiya of the Sannin. Indeed, Neji asked. Yes, I'm moving off the subject. To put it simply, me and the Yondaime were working on a project. Project? Yes, Neji, a project. A project that would benefit the Hyuga clan. Hiashi said. Neji listened intently. Well, it seems that got your attention. The Yondaime was told about the Hyuga clan laws and traditions, ranging from the description of the techniques to the caged bird seal. Overall, the Yondaime was most displeased about the caged bird seal the most. He found it to be too evil, for search of a word, for the most noble clan to have. So, he and I made a plan, to design a seal that would far outweigh the caged bird seal. Neji looked shocked. Oh, outweigh. Yes, it would be applied to both the main and branch family members. This would not take advantage of the caged bird seal's purpose of painting the branch family member. Oh, no, it would make living with the branch family more allowable. It would only take advantage of the seal's ability to disable the user's Byakugan when death approaches. Hiashi took a deep breath. Also, it would have a fail-safe. When a Hyuga clan member is being tried for breeding or cloning, the Byakugan would be temporarily disabled, thus, preventing the passing on of the Byakugan genes, until such a time that the captured Hyuga clan member will feel safe again. I see, so it would be applied to both family members. Yes. The Yondaime couldn't take the idea of having any servant dying for the higher-ups, so did I, so we devised a plan to make a better seal. But, since the Yondaime's death, things have been slow. Neji looked down. Hiashi noticed this and continued, but, the Yondaime had finished all of the hard work and left me with the easy ones. Neji's head shot up. Yes, he knew that his time was coming, so he did all the hard parts, but to me, it still seems hard work. Hiashi sighed. So far, the seal is 85% complete. I see. Thank you for entrusting me with this information, Hiashi-sama. Neji bowed. To be entrusted with such a deep secret is a very high honor, and that is from the Hyuga clan head. Hiashi nodded. Thanks is not need, Neji. After all, you have been entrusted by me, the Hyuga clan head. Just keep it a secret. Hi, Hiashi-sama. Neji left the study room. Hiashi turned to his and Minato's project. Back at the playing grounds. Neji reappeared at the grounds. Ah, Neji, I suppose the meeting went well. Hisashi said. Hi, it did, father. We have had a very eventful talk. Neji said, before joining Hinata and Hanabi. This time, he had a 100% not faking smile, knowing that he and other branch family members will finally have their freedom. Flashback end. Look, it may not be much, but I had to squeeze that idea in. Hyuga Hinata, Iruka's voice said from behind the door. Oh, well, here I go. See you later, Naruto-kun. Hinata smiled at him and went through the door. Naruto relaxed at his chair with eyes closed, when a figure went to him. Hey, you, the figure said. Yeah, Naruto said, eyes still closed. That girl, you said her name was Hinata. Stay away from her, the figure said. Oh, and why is that? Because, she's mine, the figure said. Just then, the whole room was covered with killing intent. It was more than a genin level but still lower than a chunin's. Well, it had a very devastating effect on the others. They were on the floor. What did you say, brat? Naruto stood up, and showed his blue, angered eyes. The brat stood up, as well. He had spiky black hair, a gray jacket with a bulge, which had a dog in it, had slitted eyes, elongated claws, and marks on both his cheeks. He looked as if he is about to faint, but he didn't. PFF'd, figures, feeling brave. I said, she's mine. I will have her, the brat repeated. In an instant, Naruto wrapped his hands around the brat's neck. People aren't objects, brat. You would do well to remember that. He let go. The brat breathed air and went back to his chair, muttering about mine, have her, and objects. Naruto paid it no mind. A few seconds later, the door opened and Hinata came out, wearing a very happy smile and a Hite on her neck. Naruto thought, beautiful, at her smile and the Hite on her neck. It would definitely suit her. Great job, Hinata, Naruto said to her, proudly. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Hinata replied. Uzumaki Naruto, Iruka's voice said. Well, here I go, Hinata. Wish me luck, Naruto said. Of course, Hinata pecked him on the cheek. Naruto blushed. Wha. Good luck, Naruto-kun. Hinata smiled. Hey, now that was, good luck. Naruto said, smiling, before going inside the test room, not noticing the brat going to Hinata. Naruto entered the test room and found the 5 examiners sitting in the table. Ah, Naruto, good. Now, you will have to perform a kawarimi, bunshin, henge, and a jutsu that you personally know. Iruka said. Of course, Naruto said. Then, he kawarimied with Iruka, then back. Then, he asked Iruka, nay, Iruka-sensei, can I make Kage bunshin instead? My chakra is too much for a normal bunshin to hold. Iruka thought about it, though he already knew about that. Why not? The bunshin is the lowest kind of clones. Any higher is an incredible feat. Hey, thanks. Kage bunshin no jutsu, Naruto said, while forming a cross-shaped seal. 3 Narutos appeared at the original's side. Needless to say, the other 4 were stunned. Kage bunshin was hard for a Junin to make, and a student did it, easily. Well, it merits for extra points. Iruka said, all right, Naruto, time for henge. All 4 Narutos nodded and henged. All 4 did. The rightmost bunshin henged into Arthas, in his Death Knight not Lich King. It would arouse suspicion armor. The leftmost henged to Alexandros. The second to the right henged to Kushina. And the last henged to Minato. They saw all 4 henges look at them with calm, yet cold eyes. It scared them, including Iruka. He may have been told about this, but those eyes unnerved him. Oh okay, Naruto, end it. Iruka said. All 4 complied. The 3 bunshins poofed out of existence as the Minato henge changed back to the original. Okay, now for your own personal jutsu. Naruto smirked. He made an all too familiar seal, Kage bunshin no jutsu. A clone appeared beside him, and it went to the far side of the wall. The original retreated back, thus making the distance between them very big. Then, he made some hand seals and said, Ranmaden, Yusobutsushori Bakua. He breathed in and out. The very familiar elemental spear came out of it and hit the clone in the chest and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Now, if the senseis were shocked before, then, they are utterly speechless now. In fact, they were considering him for an immediate Chunin promotion. That move was very unknown to every sensei in the room. Well, The Sandaime may have told them beforehand about him, but all his descriptions do him no justice, whatever that means. Iruka managed to compose himself and give him his Hitai-ite. Well, congratulations, Naruto, you are an official genin of Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto grabbed the Hitai-ite and wrapped it on his forehead. He bowed. Arigato gozaimasu, Iruka-sensei, Mina everyone. Naruto left the room. Naruto entered the classroom. What he found there was quite amusing. The brat was on the floor grabbing his manhood while standing in front of him was Hinata, with her Byakugan active. Naruto walked to them. Hey, I guess some people just don't learn. Naruto smirked. The brat tried to glare at him, but can't due to the pain. After a few minutes, the brat stood up, though he was still wincing from the pain. Within that minute, Naruto and Hinata went back to their chairs and chatted some more. Well, the brat could have gotten there if Iruka's voice hadn't come from the test room. And last, Inuzuka Kiba, the brat, entered the test room. Well, it seems you taught him a very good lesson, Hinata. Naruto said. Hinata nodded. Hi, though, it seems he still tries. Yes, it is either he is a dumbass, or he is just plain deaf. Naruto said, while laughing. Hinata giggled, too. Then, they chatted more. After a few minutes, the brat, now known as Kiba, went out of the test room, wearing his Hitai-ite, proudly, with the 5 senseis following him. Iruka went to the front. Now that the test is finished, I would like to be the first to say to you, congratulations, genin of Konohagakure no Sato. Iruka shouted, proudly. Then, his speech about ninjas and stuff. And finally, I will announce your teams tomorrow, after Hokage-sama has given me the list. Dismissed. The genin now left the classroom. Well, they went to their respective clan mansions, except Naruto. He joined Hinata on her way home to the Hyuga clan mansion. The reason? I don't trust that Kiba enough to let you go home without any kind of appreciation from you about him winning. Naruto said. Hinata nodded. Sigh yes, it seems he does. Well, let's go. Naruto and Hinata spent the time talking about what they did inside the test room, while they walked to the mansion. Sure enough, when they were about to enter the Hyuga mansion gates. Hinata, a voice said. Both Naruto and Hinata just kept on walking. The voice persisted. Hinata, still no answer. Hey, come on, aren't you gonna congratulate me for graduating? No, Hinata's stern voice replied. Why? Quite simple, I don't know you enough. Well, what say we get to know each other now? No. Why? I have no time to talk to commoners. Hinata used the Hyuga clan rules against him. Then, why are you with him? He is a commoner. He is no commoner. He is my father's teammate's son. Both of his parents are dead, so he tries his best to be conversational with him. Hinata said. Bu Kiba should have had a counter-argument if the 2 Hyuga guards hadn't blocked his path. Hey. No one except Hyuga members and specific persons enters the Hyuga clan mansion, unless important. Hiba said. Well, let me in. It's important. Such as stalking Hinata-sama. I don't think so, boy. Well, why is he able to enter? Kiba asked. Because he is one of those specific persons. Nihiro replied. Kiba gritted his teeth. How could a clan-less loser like him get to enter the most noble clan's house and not a very powerful clan like the Inuzukas? PFF'd, pathetic mind. So, I suggest you leave or I'll make you. Hiba said. Kiba sneered. Try me. Before he could finish the statement, he was thrown back by 2 powerful Juken strikes. He was sent back to his clan mansion. After that, walking home with Hinata, Naruto went back to his own clan home. He went to the living room and found Mikoto and Kyubi drinking tea. Ah, Naruto-sama, you're back, Kyubi said, before looking at his Hitai-ite, and I see you have graduated. Congratulations. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Yeah, well, I wouldn't have if it wasn't for such one. The other hand, was smiling. Congratulations, Naruto-kun, your mother would have been proud. She said. Hey, arigato gozaimasu, Mikoto-san. I'm sure she is, Naruto replied. I always have been proud of you, Sochi. Kushina said, in his mindscape. Thanks, Okawa-san. Naruto said. Then he yawned. Oh, well, it's time for my sleep. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, Kyuubi-chan, Mikoto-san. Naruto resigned himself to his room. Outside it, Kyuubi returned the tea set to their cabinet, while Mikoto straightened the table. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Mikoto-san. Kyuubi said. Mikoto nodded. Yes, you too, Kyuubi-san. Mikoto replied. Kyuubi went to her room, as Mikoto returned to hers. Naruto woke up, the next day, feeling happy. Why, you ask? Because, it's time for the team placements. He is finally going to be in action. He wanted to practice his skills in the real field. He changed from PJs to his usual clothes, the ones described last chapter, and went to the table. Ohio! Naruto happily shouted. Kyuubi and Mikoto smiled. Ohio! Naruto-sama. Ohio! Naruto! They replied respectively. You seem happy, today, Naruto. Mikoto said. Naruto grinned. Of course, it's time for the team placements, though, I'm pretty sure that I'm going to be in a one-man team. Oh, what makes you so sure? She asked. Well, I requested it. Naruto said, embarrassingly. Huntoni, she asked again, but what makes you so embarrassed? Well, Naruto trailed off. He didn't want to hurt the Sandaime, but he asked for it so. Well, don't worry about it, Naruto. She said, assuringly. I'm sure, Hokage-sama accepts it fully. She smiled. Naruto felt a slight tinge of pink on his cheeks. What am I feeling? Embarrassment. Shyness. For what? Am I really? Naruto thought. He shook it off. Of course, Mikoto-san. So, I'll see you guys. Ya-ne. He took his ramen and chopsticks and left. Mikoto looked at Kyuubi and asked, did I just see a tinge of pink on his cheeks, Kyuubi-san? Kyuubi nodded her head. Hi, it seems he is beginning to like you, Mikoto-san. Mikoto smiled. I hope he doesn't hurt himself in the process. Oh, you are also beginning to like him, Mikoto-san. Mikoto blushed. Well, in a sense, yes, but, then, again, I can't bring myself to say it. I didn't do anything for him, since his birth. I couldn't forgive myself for that. She let a tear fall from her eye. Kyuubi shook her head. Forgive yourself, Mikoto-san. You can do it. This is not the famous Uchiha Mikoto that I have been hearing about from Kushina-san. Besides, I'm sure that Kushina-san and Minato-san will forgive you, too, along with Naruto-sama. Well, I just have to make it up to them. Mikoto replied. Thank you, Kyuubi-san. Kyuubi waved it off. Anytime. Naruto entered the classroom. He walked to where Hinata was, and sat down on the chair. Ohio, Hinata, Naruto said to her. Hinata replied, Ohio, Naruto-kun. So, today's the day, huh? Hi, the day of the team placements. Yes, Naruto looked around. Sasuke was brooding, as usual, with his usual fangirls arguing about who will sit beside Sasuke-kun. Shino was stoic, not that he did anything else. Shikamaru was dozing off. Choji was eating from a chip bag. Kiba, well, let's just say that he was at the back part of the room, glaring at Naruto, while often looking at Hinata, with a calculative gaze, as if figuring out the perfect opportunity to strike. He turned back to Hinata. Oh, well, good luck with your team, Hinata. Hi, you too, Naruto-kun. Hinata replied. Kiba glared even more, though no one noticed it. Iruka entered the room. Ohio, Mina. He took out a team roster. Okay, I will announce the team placement. Team 1, Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Inuzuka Kiba. Your sensei will be Hatake Kakashi. The team produced different results. Sasuke just and, while Kiba groaned and banged his head on the table, Sakura squealed in delight at being with her, Sasuke-kun. Single quote. Team 8. Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata, and Hikashi Setsuna. Your sensei will be Yuhi Kurenai. The response. Shino nodded in confirmation. Hinata had her head down at not being on the same team as Naruto, but still happy that she was not with Kiba, and Setsuna just hide. Team 9. Team 10. Still in circulation. Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino. Your sensei is Sarutobi Asuma. Again, Different results, Shikamaru muttered. Troublesome, and went to sleep. Choji just munched on his chips. Ino screeched and demanded to know why wasn't she put with her, Sasuke-kun. Single quote. Don't ask me, Hokage-sama made the teams. Moving on. Team 11, and that's Iruka was cut off by Hinata. Anyo, Iruka-sensei, what about Naruto-kun? Kiba shouted, ha, the loser gets no team. He laughed, yes, he finally gets a chance at Hinata. And since he is a ninja, now, Naruto can't harm him. Iruka shut them up. Enough. Just because I didn't say his name doesn't mean that he will have no team. Iruka looked at the roster. In fact, he's the only member. Iruka said, proudly, congratulations, Naruto, you are a one-man team. That caused different reactions. Fangirls. How could that loser get a one-man team and not Sasuke-kun? It should be him, and not the loser. Shikamaru. Troublesome. Choji. Wow, these chips taste good. Munch. Asterisk. Kiba. Impossible. The loser gets his own team. I may be happy that he's not with the same team as Hinata, but, how? Shino. Impressive. To be on a one-man team, one must impress Hokage-sama. Who are you really, Uzumaki Naruto? Hinata. And Naruto-kun. A one-man team. Gee, good job. I may be sad that he's not on my team, but still I'm happy. Sasuke. Massacre. That loser. In a one-man team. He would get killed, first day on the job. Sasuke spoke up. Nay, Iruka-sensei, how come this loser gets his own team, when I didn't? An Uchiha, an elite, he asked, arrogantly. Naruto and his tenants shook their heads. Idiot, just because you are an elite doesn't mean that you should have your own team, it is earned and entrusted, baka. Well, Sasuke, Hokage-sama entrusted it to him. Iruka replied. Then, how come he entrusted it to a loser? The Uchiha clan are the best in everything, including manning his own team. Sasuke said back. Yeah, the fangirls shouted. Sasuke-kun should be on a one-man team, not that clanless loser. The temperature dropped to the level of the Arctic as ki washed off of Naruto. Listen, and listen well, sorry excuses for kunoichis, just because I am a loser doesn't mean that I am clanless. In fact, how did I come into this world without a clan? Even the lowest case of losers and idiots come from a clan, so put this into mind, kunoichis. If I ever hear you calling me clanless, or calling any of my clan members evil things, I swear, not even Kami can save you from my wrath. Understood, Naruto said, in a deadly tone. The mere word, listen, at the beginning made everyone have chills run up their spine. He didn't wait for an answer as his ki receded. Okay, Naruto, no need to get violent, all of the sudden. Iruka said. Naruto shrugged. Hey, they deserved it. We what? The fangirls shouted. Naruto had enough. You heard me, you deserved it. You thought that everything belongs to the Uchiha, not even thinking about your own needs. Naruto shouted back. Enough, Iruka shouted, shutting them all up. Hokage-sama chose Naruto to have his own team. You have a problem, ask him. Now, wait for your senseis. Iruka left the room. At that instant, everyone went to Naruto, either asking for advice on how to have a one-man team, saying downing statements that include, you will lose, baka. Not that he didn't mind it and demanding to have his jutsu to make him into a one-man team, the same as him. Naruto wouldn't have any of it, and, Kawaramide with the farthest from the group and closest to the door, which was Setsuna. She is not interested in how he got a one-man team, so he did it. When the girls saw that it was Setsuna was there instead of Naruto, they fumed. He switched with her, they spread out, when the doors opened and in came the senseis. One by one, they picked them up, except Team 7. Arg, where the hell's our sensei? Kiba asked, as he scratched his head. They have been waiting for almost 2 hours, already. Yeah, shouldn't he pick us up? Right, Sasuke-kun, Sakura asked her, crush. Sasuke just, and. Then, the door opened, all three hopefuls stood up. Well, their hope is great to have their sensei in here now. He had a face mask that covered half his face, a slanted hit-ite that covered his left eye, a Junin suit, gravity-defying hair, and an orange book that he was reading into. Hitaki Kakashi. He looked around. So, you guys Team 7. Of course. And where the hell were you? We were waiting for 2 hours straight. Sakura shouted. Everyone grasped their ears at her volume. Mama, sorry, I got lost on the road of life. He said, with an eye smile. Liar, she shouted back. Okay, sheesh, meet me on the roof. He disappeared via Shunshin. Great, he left us here to go to the roof ourselves. Hiba grumbled and went out the door, Sasuke following suit, and Sakura followed the latter, like a loyal dog. Naruto closed the door to the mansion as he went to the living room. Tadaima, he said to the inhabitants. Okairi SP, Naruto-sama Naruto. Kyuubi and Mikoto said, respectively. Naruto lounged off at the sofa and sighed. Busy day, ladies, Naruto said, while sighing. Oh, Mikoto asked. Yeah, they announced the teams. Naruto told them everything that happened at the classroom. After that, Mikoto shook her head. Sasuke had always been arrogant, inherited from his father, it seems. Mikoto apologized. No need, Mikoto-san. It's not your fault that his father gave birth to a baka that thinks that everything belongs to him on a silver platter. Naruto said. Mikoto gave him an odd look. Usually, they say, his mother blah blah blah, but no, he said, his father. He sure is interesting. Of course, arigato, Naruto. Mikoto started to bow but found Ashbringer in front of her, halfway through the bow. Don't bow, Mikoto-san, you have nothing to apologize for nor bow for. Besides, your hair hides your beautiful face, Naruto said, as he sheathed Ashbringer. Mikoto raised her head to look at him. Interesting indeed. People always considered it an honor to have a person from any of the high clans to bow for you, but he rejected it, saying that. Be beautiful face. Mikoto blushed, as the last two words clicked. No need for such kind words, Naruto-kun. She replied. Then, 5 seconds later, what she put as suffix in his name clicked. Naruto looked reddish. Either way, don't bow, unless if you want people to think that they are superior. Naruto said, sagely, as his blush receded. Hi, Mikoto said. Now, what shall you do now? Naruto smirked. I will enter my mindscape and train some more. With that, he closed his eyes. Naruto reopened his eyes and saw the sewer once more. He looked around for the inhabitants. When he can't find them around the cage, he walked around, checking every door. There. Arthas and Alexandros were having a very quiet fight, in one room. Kyuubi was meditating, in another. Minato and Kushina was on the wall who had her shoulders held by Minato, and they were making out. Naruto fought the tendency to blush. OMG, a small speck of SA Live trailed down both their mouths, both were pink on the cheeks, and both seemed to be enjoying it, if the moans from their mouths are an indication. Must not look at Otou-san and Okawa-san at their private moment. Leave, Naruto slowly closed the door. It closed without a sound, but the moan from Kushina and Minato was lingering in his ears. I don't want to know, he kept repeating in his head. Resigned to the fact that everyone is busy, he went back to the main room and trained. A few hours later, the other occupants entered the main room. They looked surprised that Naruto is here. Ah, Sochi, Okairi. Kushina greeted her son. Arigato, Okawa-san. So, how was it? Naruto asked innocently. Arthas and Alexandros snickered, as Minato, Kushina and Kyuubi blushed. I don't know what you mean, Kushina said. Naruto looked at them with a more innocent look. I mean that little activity you and Otou-san did, while Kyuubi-chan was meditating and Arthas Ojii-san and Alexandros Ojiazan were training. The others did, what they just did a while ago, even more. Naruto, you do know that peeping is not allowed, right? Minato asked. Naruto nodded. Of course, but I can't help it. I wanted someone to help me train. Naruto put up the puppy dog eyes. Please, don't punish me, I was only looking around. Kyuubi had to restrain glomping the boy and shout, kawaii. Arthas and Alexandros chuckled. Kushina and Minato, on the other hand, just smiled and waved it off. No damage done, Naruto. Minato said. After all, people can't help but know how to please the opposite gender. He finished with a smirk. Kushina and Kyuubi blushed harder. Arthas and Alexandros were laughing. Naruto, on the other hand, looked confused. What's so pleasing about a kiss, Otou-san? Naruto asked. Minato sighed. Oh, nothing, we'll tell you later, when you're older. Minato patted him on the head. You're still too young to know. Minato smiled, while he and the others just released a breath of air. He hadn't found them doing that. Though, it was still embarrassing to be found making out, regardless of how more embarrassing it is to be caught doing that. Naruto pouted. Everyone laughed. Don't worry, Naruto, I believe you can wait. Minato said, before composing himself. Well, you wanted someone to train you. Naruto brightened up. Yeah, good. Are you 100% healthy, fine, and in good health? Minato asked. Well, yeah, except for that tiredness I got when I got here. Naruto replied. Good, because, he turned to the others. They mumbled and all that, but Naruto caught nothing of what they said. After a few minutes of talking, they fixed themselves. Because, to test your skill and ability, you will fight all of us. Minato smiled as Naruto widened his eyes. Hell yeah, Naruto shouted. He always wanted to fight everyone, at their fullest. Kushina, Minato, and Kyuubi stopped telling him to not curse. Now, onto the more important matters, I believe it is time to train. Arthas took out an ordinary Death Knight sword. Indeed, Arthas. Alexandros took out his own sword. Good luck, Sochi, Kushina said as she took out a bunch of scrolls that said, weapons. Single quote. Make us proud, Naruto. Minato took out 2 of his Hiraishin kunai. I hope you don't push yourself too hard, Naruto-sama. Kyuubi assumed a stance. Naruto grinned. He held out both his hands to his side. Light flooded the area. When the light cleared, it showed Naruto holding Frostmourne in his right hand, and Ashbringer in his left. He also had a Hiraishin kunai in his mouth. Not to mention that he changed to the Lich King armor and accessed Kyuubi's chakra. Let's dance. All of them rushed at once. They met halfway. The Battle of the Titans has begun. They charged at each other. Alexandros and Arthas went to the left, Kushina and Minato went to the right, while Kyuubi stayed behind and charged up a Kaden jutsu. Kaden. Kan Haoshaki no Jutsu 1. Kyuubi breathed in and out. Out of her mouth came a stream of fire. Naruto sidestepped to the right to avoid it but. Fuden. K's Kyusha 2. Sweden. Mizu Tatsumaki 3. Minato's and Kushina's voice rang from the right. Naruto looked and saw the outline of a wind-like spear in the shape of a water tornado. Naruto quickly thought of what to do in this situation. Then he remembered that one defense move. He made some hand seals. Akuridan. Kami Tate. Runes appeared on his body. They detached from him and formed a dome. Both attacks hit the dome and smoke covered the area. Everyone tensed. Naruto was particularly tricky when it came to surprise attacks with smoke. As expected. Akuridan. Kyujaku Zukyu. They heard a fist slamming on the ground. Water, actually, and saw a big wave of water spreading out in every direction. Each of his opponents used different tactics to get out of that. Kyuubi made another set of hand seals and said, Kaden, Bukaheki 4. A fire dome covered her, a very hot and very big fire dome. It evaporated the water that came in contact with the dome. Alexandros used Akuridan. Kami Tate, to protect himself against the raging water. Arthas used an ice technique known as Hyouden, Korikisaku 5 and turned the water headed to him into ice. Minato threw a Hiraishin kunai somewhere far away and used his Hiraishin to transport himself and Kushina away from the wave. The smoke cleared and it showed nothing. The fire dome of Kyuubi disappeared, so did Alexandros' shield. Arthas cracked his ice wall. Minato and Kushina Hiraishin back to the area. Where did he go? Minato mused to himself. I don't know, Minato-kun, it's impossible for Sochi-kun to have disappeared without us sensing it. Kushina replied. Arthas chuckled. It seems we have taught him well. Indeed, Arthas Ojii-san. Naruto's voice rang from the walls. They took guard, almost instantly. Well, let's kick it up a notch, shall we? 10 Narutos splashed out of the water and attacked the group. They decimated them, without breaking a sweat. Ranmaden. Usobutsushori Bakua. Naruto's voice came from the doorway to the cage room. They turned to it and saw the usual elemental spear that is headed towards them. Alexandros told them, "Get behind me." They did so. Alexandros made some hand seals and said, "Akaridan, Kabe no Hikari." The same wall of light appeared in front of him and took the spear head on, thus covering the sewer in smoke. This time, however, Naruto took the time for them to focus on the spear and jump upward, with them none the wiser. Naruto had his Tekkigan activated and looked for them. He saw the targeting reticule go to 5 different areas, then separate into smaller reticules. He smirked. "Gotcha." Naruto made some hand seals and said, "Fuden, Isenkei's Tsurugi, 6. He breathed in and out. What seemed like wave after wave of wind went forward towards them. "Fuden, Isenkei's Tsurugi." Naruto's voice shouted out from above. The others mentally cursed. They hadn't expected that. They were careless, or rather, Naruto was too unpredictable for them, whichever you pick. "Spread out," Minato shouted. They did so. Good thing, too. Mere seconds after they spread out, the wind blades hit the water and it caused a lot of waves, big ones, to come up and splash around. "All right, Naruto, it's time we stopped playing around. Time to get serious," Minato said, as he disappeared from sight, in a yellow blur. Kushina nodded, as her hair suddenly moved around and made chains go to Naruto and she unsealed a katana from a scroll. Kyuubi began to gather chakra into a ball in front of her face, with one tail helping. After she charged it up, she shrunk it down, and charged it some more. Arthas, somehow, summoned his horse, Invincible, rode him and charged at Naruto. Alexandros just charged. Naruto cursed. Damn, they became serious. I better. Naruto had to avoid the chains that his mother sent him while avoiding as well his father, who used his Hiraishin to attack him, thus, cutting off his train of thought. Minato disappeared again, as the hair chain thing swerved to attack him again. Come on. Naruto landed on the water and swiftly avoided the hair chain thing in Minato. After he dodged it, he heard Kyuubi say, "Ikebiko Amari, 7. Naruto turned his head to her and saw a very fast ball of chakra going towards him. Think, Naruto, Akaridan. Kami Tate. Naruto made some hand seals and shouted it out. The Amari and the Tate collided, making a big mess of the sewer. Naruto was thrown back a few feet because of the impact force. Dude, I knew that Kyuubi-chan was the strongest of the 9 Biju, but that was ridiculous. Naruto recovered quickly and took out Frostmourne and Ashbringer. Come on, bring it, I'm ready, Naruto shouted out. The others smiled. Of course, you're Naruto, Minato said. He disappeared again. Kushina charged with her katana in hand. Behind him, Arthas, atop Invincible, charged at him with Alexandros with him. Kyuubi was charging up another Amari, though she was using 2 tails, instead of 1. Okay, time to think, what to do in this situation. That split second was all the others needed when Minato hit him in his stomach region with a kick, then Kushina used her clan's sword style, Mui no Uzumaki 8 to attack him in waves of slashes, which ended in a kick, thus, sending him towards Arthas. Arthas took the chance of Naruto going to him to have Invincible slam down his hooves on him. Gah! Naruto screamed out when the hooves hit. Then, Arthas and his steed backed away as Alexandros jumped up and slammed down his sword on him, the side of it, of course. Naruto screamed out again. Then Alexandros jumped away as Kyuubi finished charging up, and releasing her Nibiko Amari. She released the ball of chakra and it hit Naruto. Naruto screamed out in pain, only more powerful than the other 2. The whole sewer was covered in the white light. Outside his mindscape, Naruto had his mouth open in a silent scream. Mikoto panicked. Oh my god, what's happening to him? She said, as she tried to find a solution to his problem. Kyuubi frowned. It seems that we took it more seriously than I thought. Mikoto turned to her. What are you talking about? Well, we sort of, went slightly all out against him. She said, giving an almost weak emphasis on the slightly part. You what? The other woman screamed. You are the Kyuubi no Yoko, this Arthas Menethil person, the Lich King, is in him, along with that Alexandros person, and with Naruto's parents with him, that, slightly all out, of all of you combined would make you going totally all out. Kyuubi frowned again. I know that Naruto-sama is more powerful than that, I know it, he handled all of that training, if my calculations are correct, then, he would fall after my Yonbaiko Amari, if the others stayed on their current of level against him. Mikoto shook her head, but that's just too brutal. Brutality is too weak a word in the life of a shinobi, Mikoto-san. In a shinobi's life, it is either kill or be killed. In fact, we are doing this to strengthen him. This will prepare him for the other pain that we'll face in the future. Mikoto sighed. I suppose you're right, sorry about that, it's just that I'm worried about him. Kyuubi smiled. No, not just worried, Mikoto-san, it seems you are growing to like the boy, even more. Mikoto blushed. What gives you that idea, Kyuubi-san? Kyuubi put up her hand. 1. You screamed in front of me, the Kyuubi no Yoko, she held up her index finger, and 2, you cared about his condition. I've seen only relatives do that. For someone not of his blood is incredibly outstanding. Well, he is my friend's son, so, that is only a partial reason. You care for him because you were saved by him, twice. You admired his determination and willingness to go into any problem just to save anyone who was related to him. You were his mother's friend, therefore, you are related to him, says Hitomi-san of the Hyuga clan. As long as he protects those whom he cares about, he can go anywhere at all, with a smile in his face. Mikoto nodded. I understand, I still have to think about it. She turned to Naruto, who was now looking peaceful, and, in Mikoto's point of view, kinda cute. What happens now? All we can do is to wait for the training to end. Mikoto nodded and went to him. She caressed his hair, all the while, thinking if she really liked him. True, she admired his desire to protect his loved ones, but, she can't place it. There was something in the boy that she liked, she just couldn't place it. Without even knowing it, she leaned in and made a light kiss on his lips. Like hell I knew that I was going to do that. Kyuubi smiled in the sidelines, before going to the bathroom and prepared to sleep. Naruto? Minato asked, as he looked at the hole that contained Naruto, who was in a bloody mess. He frowned. Strange, I expected him to hold out longer than that. Kushina couldn't help but agree, though, she was worried that they might have killed him. Kyuubi nodded. Arthas and Alexandros agreed, as well, as they looked down at Naruto. Suddenly, Naruto disappeared from their line of sight. What the? Minato asked out loud. Then, he felt something connect to his stomach. Naruto. He kicked Minato in the stomach region, sending him away. Before the others could register, Naruto disappeared again. He reappeared in front of Kushina and rammed a Rasengan into her torso. She was sent back with the force of the technique. He and reappeared behind of Kyuubi. He grabbed her left arm and threw her around. He and reappeared by Alexandros. He made a sidekick at him and he crashed into Invincible and sending Arthas falling down, but Naruto caught to him. He used a Kuridan, Kyujaku Zukyu, and punched Arthas in the gut, thus sending in the same way as Alexandros. Arthas managed to say as he stood up. Alexandros and the others stood up, as well. They saw Naruto making 11 clones, and have them making a Rasengan, with the original. Clone 1-2, facing Kyuubi, was making a Rasengan, with the help of another clone, though it was more bluish than usual. Kyuubi sensed Naruto using water chakra to mix both it and Rasengan together. Her eyes widened when she sensed it. Naruto had gone farther than they thought. Clone 1 finished the Rasengan. It looked like a big blob of water with small amounts of water seeping from it and raised it above his head. Sweden. Resents 9. Water defeats fire. Clone 3-5, facing Minato, was mixing his fire element and Rasengan in one clone and his wind element in another, with the help of the middle clone, of course. Minato's eyes widened when the Rasengan expanded in size and became shrouded in flames, and it didn't help that the other Rasengan also expanded and grew blades. Minato thought, Naruto, you really are an unpredictable person. You completed what I could not in my lifetime, now, I better think of how I'm going to avoid them. The clones raised them both high in the air and said, Kaden, Raisenhitama 10. Fuden. Rasenshuriken, you know what this is. Fire beats wind, wind beats lightning. The fire Rasengan will move to hit Minato first, then the wind Rasengan. Closing square bracket. Clone 6-8, facing Kushina, mixing his lightning element and earth element with both Rasengans. Kushina thought of a good counter for the elementally fused Rasengan. The lightning-fused Rasengan looked bigger and whiter and emitted sparks in different timespans. The other Rasengan, the earth-fused one, turned muddy brown and made some sloshing sound. The clone on the sides raised their respective Rasengan to the air and said, Raiden, Rasenrakurai 11. Doden. Rasenryusa 12. Lightning beats earth beats water. Lightning strikes first, then earth. Closing square bracket. Clone 9 to 10, facing Arthas, combined his light element with the Rasengan. The Rasengan turned pure white. Akuridan. Rasen Handen Ken 13. Oh boy, this'll be hard. Arthas thought. Clone 11 and Naruto were facing Alexandros while having the clone focus dark element chakra onto the original's palm. In contrast to the light-fused Rasengan, their Rasengan turned completely black. Yamiden. Rasen Ankoku Ken 14. Interesting. Alexandros mused to himself. Here they charged at the same time. This will show their reactions. Clone 1 and 2 ran towards Kyuubi. Kyuubi charged as well, while making hand seals. Kaden. Kan Haoshaki no Jutsu. The flame was sent towards the duo. The clone not holding the Rasengan overtook the one that is and made his own hand seals. Sweden. Imazu Kuho 15. Jets of water came from the clone's mouth. Fire and water collided. The water should have overridden the fire, if not for Kyuubi strengthening it. Well, let's just say, both clone and Kyuubi strengthened each of their elemental jutsus. The one holding the Rasengan jumped over the clone and walked on the jets of flame and water. Kyuubi's tails moved to tackle Naruto, but he dodged every 9 of them. He was already 3/4 distance away. He jumped off the jet stream and went under it. He jammed the Rasengan into her torso. It broke her concentration. Thus, not only was she sent back due to the force of the Rasengan, combined with water chakra, but she also received the Imazu Kuho. Naruto takes 1 point. Clone 4, the one not holding the Rasengan, charged at Minato, following with the clone holding the fire Rasengan, then with the wind Rasengan. Minato pulled out both his hands and used an all too familiar jutsu. Suin Rasengan, twin Rasengan. He charged. Clone 4 made, however, a one-handed Rasengan. Rasengan. Both Rasengan users almost met head-on if Minato hadn't twirled to the left and kicked the clone, dispelling it like a move in basketball. Naruto equals 1. Minato equals 1. Minato jabbed one of his Rasengans into the one holding the fire Rasengan. It was almost overridden, if not for him jumping over him and jabbing the other Rasengan into the one holding the wind Rasengan while kicking in the back the one holding the fire one. Naruto equals 1. Minato equals 2. Clone 5, however, had a trick up his sleeve. He showed him his other arm containing a Rasengan. Gotcha, Otou-san. Rasengan. Clone 5 rammed it into his torso. Minato was sent back due to the impact force. Naruto equals 2. Minato equals 2. Clone 7 charged at Kushina, while the latter used her hair chain thing to attack the whole package. Naruto smirked. He made some hand seals and said, Fuden, Isunkei's Tsurugi. The wind waves cut the chains like butter. Okay, maybe not that easily. Naruto equals 3. Kushina equals 0. Kushina smiled. Good job, Sochi-kun. But, she made some hand seals. Sweden, Mizutama. A water ball made it out of her mouth and went to Clone 7. Naruto smirked. Doden. Daine-tama 16. A mud ball came out of his mouth and met with the water ball. Mud covered their environment. Clone 6 went to the left. Clone 8, to the right, the sequence. Clone 6 will hit her first, followed by Clone 8. Kushina took out her swords and began going to Clone 6. She met him head-on and she disappeared from sight and reappeared behind Clone 6. The last thing we see, ladies and gentlemen, is a ton of slash marks before Clone 6 dispelled. Naruto equals 3. Kushina equals 1. Clone 7 charged at her, with Frostmourne and Ashbringer in hand and began to do Kenjutsu battling with her. Naruto may be good, but Kushina was a master of her clan's style, thus, he was at a disadvantage, even if he had his Tekigen on. Approximately 23 clashes later, Kushina found an open spot and manipulated it. Clone 7's eyes widened before he was dispelled. Naruto equals 3. Kushina equals 2. Although Clone 7 was dispelled, it gave Clone 8 enough time to jam the Earth Rasengan into her. She felt something censored her in while she was pushed away. Naruto equals 4. Kushina equals 2. Clone 9 and 10 went separate ways to catch Arthas off guard. Arthas went for the clone holding the light Rasengan, Clone 9, as it is a danger to him. He said in a loud voice, Yamiden, Shikiritateru. He swung his Death Knight sword towards Clone 9. Just about it was about to hit, smoke covered Clone 9's area and a poof was heard. Naruto equals 4. Arthas equals 1. Arthas looked at Clone 10, who is now Clone 9, as he was holding the light Rasengan. I see, Kawarimi. Quite a fascinating technique to use in such dangerous conditions. Clone 9 smiled, of course. It can be used to save one's life, as long as it doesn't take others. Arthas nodded. Quite noble. Come, let us continue. Clone 9 complied. He used a Kuridan, Kyujaku Zukyu, to enhance his speed. He disappeared from sight. Arthas, however, expected this. Knowing that spherical move, it is bound to hit at the torso region, so he put most of his defense at his torso region. Somewhere, hidden, Clone 9 smirked. According to plan, Clone 9 appeared behind Arthas. Surprised, Arthas turned around, not removing his guard. Clone 9 anticipated this and aimed for a kick at his head. Arthas ducked under it. Clone 9 disappeared and reappeared beside him. He grabbed his free arm and swung him around. Arthas was thrown back and Clone 9 backhanded him with the Rasengan. Arthas' eyes widened when it hit. It felt as if his whole body was being crushed, though the main force was on his stomach. He was sent backwards. Naruto equals 5. Arthas equals 1. Clone 11 disappeared from sight and reappeared in front of Alexandros. He aimed for a kick at him, which the latter just blocked with an arm. He disappeared again and reappeared behind him, aiming to knock him out with a chop to the neck, in which Alexandros just ducked. He disappeared and reappeared, this time, under him and went for an uppercut kick. It hit him in the chin. Clone 11 smirked. Gotcha. Naruto, the original one, charged at him with the dark Rasengan. Gotcha. Alexandros Ojii-san. Yamiden. Rasen Enkoku Ken. When it hit, Alexandros felt as if his very strength was failing him and was being absorbed from him, and being redirected at him. He was propelled back. Naruto equals 6. Alexandros equals 0. The aftermath. All 5 of Naruto's opponents felt pain all over their body, though it was leaving, slowly. They opened their eyes and saw Naruto and his clones, healing them. They sat up. Ah, you are awake. Naruto said, relieved. I'm glad. I thought that my elemental Rasengans were too much. Minato shook his head. Not at all, though, I was actually surprised when you mixed your elemental affinities with the Rasengan, something that even I, the creator, couldn't make. Kushina said, not only him, Sochi-kun. I was also surprised to see those Rasengans with your elemental affinities. The others agreed. Naruto blushed from the praise. So, tell me, Sochi-kun, how did you do it? Naruto smiled. Well, it started a few days after I master Wind and Lightning Chakra. Since the Rasengan doesn't have an affinity, or so I have sensed, I tried to mix it. I wanted to make the Rasengan even stronger with the mixture of it, not just the Ranmaden. The others looked at him, curiously. Hey, I told you guys that I started to make my own moves since I started training. He smiled, nervously. Minato laughed. Ha ha. Oh, you are definitely going to aim high, Naruto. Mixing elemental affinities with the Rasengan is no easy feat. Naruto said, I know, Otou-san, it almost took me 6 months each to finish them, give or take a few days. Minato smirked. Of course, what would you expect? It took me 4 years to learn the Rasengan. Yeah, hee, it was as hard as I can remember. Naruto and Minato laughed. Kyuubi and Kushina sighed as Arthas and Alexandros chuckled at the two blondes' antics and bonked both blondes on the head, respectively. Anyway, Minato said, as he rubbed his head, you did well, Naruto, though, you worried us a bit when you almost died at Kyuubi's, Nibiko Amari. Single quote. Naruto replied, yeah, well, sorry about that, I had to, so that I can implant the Hiraishin seals on you. Exclamation mark. The others were wide-eyed. Yeah, and let me tell you guys that I almost had to argue with myself. But I never had a choice since that was the first move I had in my mind. Kushina ran over to him and shouted at him, "Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Don't do something as reckless as that, ever again, do you understand me? You could have just jumped or used your divine shield against us." Naruto had to shy away from her. Hi, Okawa-san. But, that was the first move I had. Kushina calmed down. Well, at least, you weren't hurt that much. She smiled. He smiled back. Sorry, Okawa-san. Kushina hugged him. It's all right, Sochi-kun, I was just worried, that's all. Minato, Arthas, and Alexandros laughed. Ha ha, as expected of Minato's son. Indeed, Arthas, both him and Kushina were risk-takers before. Yeah, well, not as much as him. Minato said, maybe so, but he seemed to have yours and hers combined. He rolled off of Kushina. The three men gulped. What did you say? Kushina asked. She doesn't like it if anyone called her son a risk-taker, even more than herself or her Minato-kun. Nothing, Kushina, just some joke is all. Yeah, just calm down, Kushina-chan, we didn't mean it. Minato waved his hands in the air. Kushina's ki receded. Okay, she smiled. Naruto's sweat dropped. Hell hath no fury like a woman's scorn indeed. Anyway, I have to go out and take a bath. Everyone looked at him, smiled, and waved him goodbye. Well, now that he is gone, what say we train again, Alexandros? Not a bad idea, Arthas, but not here. Somewhere that is fully repaired. Alexandros commented. Kyuubi said, don't worry. Naruto-sama can fix this subconsciously. Now, I'll go meditate. Kyuubi left the main sewer room. As did Arthas and Alexandros. Minato walked to Kushina and put his hands on her hips. Shall we continue what we began before? Minato asked, before kissing her. Kushina replied, after the kiss, of course, Minato-kun. They disappeared into their room, to, have fun, as most would say it. Insert perverted giggle. Naruto opened his eyes and saw Mikoto caressing his hair. Ah, Naruto, you're awake, she said, before hugging him, making him blush. What? Naruto asked, perplexed. Mikoto realized what she had done and released him. Sorry about that, Naruto. It's just that I was worried about you. You screamed a while ago, and, Naruto perked up when she said that. Why would she be worried? Sure, Okawa-san and Otou-san, I can understand, but Mikoto-san. Naruto shook his head. Anyway, I better wash up. It's already late. It's time to sleep. Mikoto nodded her head. Hi, I understand. Naruto went to the bathroom, leaving Mikoto to sit at the couch. Why did I just say that? Mikoto mused. Am I really falling for him? I just don't know. I hope I can figure this out. Mikoto waited for Naruto to leave the bathroom. When he came out, she blushed at his physique. Naruto noticed this and quickly went to his room. The bathroom is free, Mikoto-san. I bid you good night, Naruto said, as he closed his door. Mikoto slowly walked to the bathroom and closed the door. Naruto woke up feeling refreshed. Today would mark the start of his ninja life. He changed into his usual ninja suit and went to the dining table. He found Mikoto and Kyuubi already there and halfway with their breakfast. Ohayo gozaimasu, Mikoto-san, Kyuubi-chan. Naruto said as he sat down and began to eat his breakfast. Ohayo, Naruto-san, sama. They replied, respectively. Mikoto said to him, afterwards, you will be doing missions today, won't you? Naruto grinned. Yeah, I gotta carry my own weight around the village. After all, I am a newly reinstated genin of the leaf. I can't just stay here and wait for something to happen. Both women smiled at him. Naruto finished his breakfast, bid Kyuubi and Mikoto goodbye and went out. Naruto entered the mission hall and found Mizuki there sorting the mission scroll pile. Ohayo, Mizuki-sensei, Naruto said, as he approached him. Mizuki looked to see Naruto standing there and smiled. Ah, Naruto, here for missions, I presume. Naruto nodded. Hi. Mizuki looked at his mission roster. Ah, yes, here we are. He found one and looked for it in the scroll pile and pulled it out. Here, helping Ikemoto Shinji with carrying his things to his new home. He is moving. Mizuki held out the scroll to Naruto, who took it, but didn't leave. Mizuki noticed. Huh, Naruto. You already have your mission. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Hee, I was hoping to have more than one mission scroll. Mizuki looked at him oddly. Well, isn't that a bit too much, Naruto? I mean, I could have given you 2 scrolls if you were a whole team. But you were only a one-man team. Well, Mizuki-sensei, did you forget that I can use Kage Bunshin to help me with missions? Mizuki slapped his forehead. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. He grabbed a lot of scrolls. Here you are. 19 scroll for you. He gave them to Naruto. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Immediately, 19 clones of Naruto were seen and took 1 scroll each Bunshin. See ya, Mizuki-sensei. All 20 Narutos left. Mizuki sighed. Naruto will be Naruto, I guess. Unpredictable. And with that, Mizuki continued to sort mission scrolls. Naruto, the original, stood in front of the 19 clones. Okay, everyone spread out and finish the missions. Naruto told them. Yes, sir, they replied and scattered. Naruto looked at his mission scroll. Helping Ikemoto Shinji, he went off to where the meeting place was. Ikemoto Shinji grunted in frustration. Only 1/4 of his things have been moved by himself, and now, the remaining 3/4 were big things. Plus, his new house is somewhere far from his current place. Damn it, please, Kami help me now, Shinji said. As if Kami heard him, Naruto appeared on site. Excuse me, are you Ikemoto Shinji? Naruto asked. Shinji turned around and saw him. Who might you be, youngster? He asked. Me, I am Uzumaki Naruto, genin of Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto said, making the man's eyes widen. So, you need help with the boxes. Shinji looked at the boxes before him, before looking at Naruto. He knew who the boy was. He did not hate the boy, nor did he like him. He was somewhere in the neutral side. But, since he is the only one there, so, yeah, I need help moving them. They are a pain in the ass. Naruto grinned. Well, you got yourself some help. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He made a cross-shaped seal, making Shinji look shocked, and, at least, 20 clones appeared and grabbed the boxes. Where to, Shinji-san? He asked. Shinji went out of his shock and grabbed his map. Oh, well, it is over, here. He marked the map and gave it to the original. Naruto nodded. It is almost at the other end of Konoha. Hey, let's go, boys. Naruto said to the clones, who hid in response and disappeared. Don't worry, Shinji-san, I can have it done by, 36 minutes or so. Shinji nodded. It took him almost 2 days to move the 1/4 to his new house. So, the news that the remaining 3/4 will be done in 36 minutes, give or take a few, is grand. Thank you, Uzumaki-san. You were a lifesaver. I thought that I'll never be able to move on schedule. Naruto shook it off. Thanks is not needed, Shinji-san. It's my job, after all. Shinji chuckled. Really, now, well, you do your job well, Uzumaki-san. Naruto went slightly pink from the praise. Thanks, Naruto said. A full 36 minutes later, everything was done. Shinji was amazed. Precisely on schedule. He turned to Naruto, who held out the scroll, for the client's signature of completion. He took it and signed it and gave it to him. Well, it seems you have earned your keep. He pulled out the negotiated amount of money, with a little extra. Take this, Uzumaki-san. A little extra for you doing all the work. Naruto only took the negotiated amount, leaving the extra. Keep the extra, Shinji-san. I believe this amount is enough. He held up the money in his hand. He grinned. See ya. He disappeared. Shinji chuckled. Thanks, Uzumaki-san. One Naruto clone's mission is to retrieve the Fire Daimyo wife's pet cat, Tora, the cat who was said to be possessed by demons. He was always trying to escape the Fire Daimyo's wife's clutches, for reasons unknown to anyone. His last known location was around the memorial stone he had asked around beforehand. He looked around. He heard some scuttling at a bush and a weak meow. Well, Tora's whereabouts confirmed. He slowly walked to it. Here, little guy, come to Naruto. The clone knelt down and began to beckon the cat. A few seconds passed and the said cat slowly went out, sniffed around, for danger, perhaps, and continued to Naruto. When it came into Naruto's hands, he scooped it up and began to pet it. The cat purred in his hands. Hey, you know what? You are a little cute. Though, I can't find the reason why you would want to leave the fire daimyo's wife. Oh, well, I'm sure we can work it out. He was about to leave when he saw someone. He had gravity-defying gray hair, wearing some sort of face mask and had on a Junin vest. He looks just like the one from his father's genin team. From the looks of things, it seems that he had just arrived. Naruto thought that it will be worth it to talk to him, so he walked to him. Welcome, Naruto, he said, making Naruto jump. WH. I sensed you come closer. He replied. I hope you don't mind me asking, but, who are you? The clone asked. He chuckled. Me, I am Hatake Kakashi, a student of your father, Minato-sensei. Naruto widened his eyes. Why, you know? Kakashi chuckled even more. I asked Hokage-sama about it. Flashback: this takes place just after the little talk with Hiashi, the Sandaime and Naruto, and Hiashi and Naruto already left. The Sandaime was on his couch as his clones did the paperwork. He was reading his all-famous Ika Ika book. There was a knock on the door. The Sandaime hurriedly hid his book. Come in, he said, after he hid the Ika Ika book. The door opened and in came Inu, in his full Anbu armor. Ah, Inu, what brings you here? Inu knelt before the Sandaime. Hokage-sama, I would like to ask something. Oh, and that is, before that, could you put up a privacy jutsu? The Sandaime did some hand seals before the room was covered in a bluish glow. Once the glow subsided, the Sandaime asked Inu, your question, Kakashi. I would like to ask who Naruto really is. He is Uzuma. Is he related to Minato-sensei? He cut in. The Sandaime widened his eyes. What made you think that, Kakashi? He came out of Sensei's house. He's gotta be. Kakashi suddenly stopped speaking as realization hit him. He's his son, isn't he? The Sandaime began to think of excuses to stop this line of thought. Please, Hokage-sama, tell me the truth. The Sandaime sighed. Fine, he is Minato's son. Why have you kept it from everyone? Most especially, me. I could have been his guardian, his brother. The Sandaime shook his head. If I told the whole village, then, there is a possibility that it will leak to Iwa, and you know that Iwa was hurt badly by Minato and Iwa would love to have the last Namikaze killed or in their ranks. Also, if I told you, well, you will do everything to prevent anyone from hurting him, thus, making the village angry at you for protecting the Kyuubi, as they would call it. Then, why tell the village of his status as the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? Surely, the level of secrecy of that is the same as telling them of his status as a Namikaze. The Sandaime was silent at that. Why are you silent, Hokage-sama? You thought that people will respect my sensei's wish about his son being a hero, didn't you? Kakashi asked. The Sandaime looked away. But, I believe you forgot one tiny little thing. People despise demons, regardless of him or her being a Jinchuriki. They think that the Jinchuriki are the demons themselves, incarnates, as you might say. Kakashi continued. I was mistaken, I'll admit that, Kakashi, but the council asked what had happened to the Kyuubi. I couldn't lie, not with some of them being able to sense lies. I told them that Minato sealed the Kyuubi inside of Naruto. At that instant, suggestions flew everywhere. Execution, training to become a weapon, etc. I stopped it, almost immediately. I, then, told them that Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki would be kept an S-class secret. I don't know how it spread. The Sandaime shook his head. Anyway, Naruto's parentage is to be kept a secret from anyone, do you understand, Kakashi? Kakashi hesitantly nodded. Hi, Hokage-sama. Good, you may leave. Hi, Kakashi left. Flashback end. Kakashi finished his story. Well, there you have it, Naruto. The clone nodded his head in understanding. Well, that explains it. Kakashi nodded. Anyway, I have to go bring back Tora. See ya, Kakashi-san. The clone disappeared in a yellow blur. Kakashi sighed. They grow up so fast, don't they, sensei? He said, as he stared at the memorial stone. His head shot up and looked around. He could have sworn he heard his sensei's voice say, "Yes, they do, Kakashi." Single quote. All 20 Narutos reappeared in front of the mission hall. So, everyone finished their task. The original said. "Hi." They replied. "All right, let's go." All 20 went inside. Mizuki just finished sorting the mission scrolls, when 20 Narutos entered the mission hall. "Ah, Naruto. Done, I presume," Mizuki said. The original nodded. "Yeah, here." One by one, the clones gave him the mission scroll, and disappeared. Mizuki's eyebrow was raised when the last clone reached him. He had a cat on his arm and he was petting it. Then his eyes widened when he saw that the cat had the infamous red ribbon on its right ear. "How did you do that?" Mizuki shouted at the clone, who looked confused. "Do what?" the clone asked. "Made Tora stay put," Mizuki replied. The clone grinned. "Yeah, well, I asked around the village if they had seen him. They said, the last known location was at the memorial stone, so I went there." He began to retell what he had done to catch Tora. "So that's about it." Mizuki shook his head. "Hey, you really are an unexpected, aren't you, Naruto?" he said. The clone smirked. "Of course." The clone surrendered the mission scroll, gave Tora to the original Naruto, and dispelled. "See ya, Mizuki-sensei. I gotta give Tora to Ji-san." He ran off. Mizuki grinned. "Uzumaki Naruto, how do you do it?" Naruto, carrying Tora, knocked on the door of the Hokage. "Come in." That was the voice of the Hokage. Naruto slowly opened the door. "Uzumaki Naruto here, returning Tora." "Tora-chan," a female voice shouted. In an instant, the cat screeched and went inside Naruto's clothes. "Ah," Naruto said, as the cat fumbled itself inside his clothes. "Come on, little guy, don't you want to go to your owner?" The cat's response is claws tearing his chest. "Ow," he said, almost stoically. "Tora-chan, come on, dearie. Come to mama," the fire daimyo's wife said. Tora just clawed Naruto's chest even more. "Ouch." Naruto looked at Tora through his clothes. He looked fearful. "Anyo, Shijimi-sama, do you mind if I ask you a question?" She looked at Naruto. "Huh, of course, you can, dear." "How do you hold Tora?" Naruto asked. "Why would you ask that, dear?" She asked back. "Because, it seems Tora is afraid," Naruto concluded. "Why is he afraid?" She wondered. "I hope you don't mind if I'm a bit frank, but it seems you have done something to make Tora fear you." "But, I didn't do anything." "Oh well, just asking. Anyway, Shijimi-sama. Here." Naruto took out Tora, albeit with difficulty, and gave it to her. Shijimi instantly hugged Tora, in a death-like grip. "Tora-chan," she said, in a sing-song voice, while the said cat was trying to get away. Naruto noticed that Tora had a look that said, "Please end my misery." In that moment, Naruto knew why Tora always ran away. "Ah, now I know what is the problem." Naruto went to her. "I see the problem." Naruto held up a hand. "Would you mind, Shijimi-sama, if I pet him for a while?" Shijimi complied. Tora latched onto Naruto, too tightly, but he didn't mind. Instead, he pet Tora calmly. The Sandaime and Shijimi was surprised to see that Tora didn't fight back or even resist. He just purred. "The key to taming Tora is gentleness, Shijimi-sama. You have to be gentle when it comes to Tora. You see." He nudged his head towards Tora who was still purring. "Don't strangle him to death. Just pet him gently." He gave Tora to Shijimi. "You try." Shijimi took Tora, who was about to escape, but Shijimi's hand petting him calmed him down. Instead, he purred. "See." He smiled. Shijimi smiled back. "Thank you, Uzumaki Naruto, Shijimi-sama." Naruto bowed. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," she said. Naruto waved it off. "Thanks is not need, Shijimi-sama. Just helping out the needy." The Sandaime mentally chuckled. "Really, Naruto-kun, did you have to be so noble?" he thought, with happiness. Shijimi took out something. It was the payment for the mission, with a little extra. "Here, take this, Naruto-kun. It's the least I can do for you." Naruto only took the negotiated amount for the mission. "Give the extra to Ojii-san. He could need it," Naruto said, while pointing at the Sandaime, who went pink at Naruto's concern for him. Shijimi smiled and gave it to the Sandame. Here you are, Hokage-san. The Sandame slowly took the money. Shijimi went to the door. Nice to see some kind hearts around here, she said, as she left. The Sandame chuckled. Good job, Naruto-kun, I didn't expect you to help both Tora and the Fire Daimyo's wife. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Hee hee, well, to help others is my drive. The Sandame nodded his head. Alright, Naruto-kun, what would you want to do now? Well, I better do some more missions. It's not yet even lunchtime, Naruto said as he looked at the clock. Well, don't let me keep you, Naruto-kun. The Sandame said. Bye, OG-san. He ran to the door and left the door. The Sandame, then, made some cage buncheons for the paperwork, took out his Ika, went to the couch, and began to read it. Ooh, Arika-chan, you naughty girl. The clone's sweat dropped. Naruto went out, early in the morning, to the mission hall and saw one of his teachers, Mikoto Mira, sorting out the mission scrolls. Ohayou gozaimasu, Mira-sensei. Naruto waved at her, who waved back. Ah, Ohayou, Naruto-kun. Mira replied. So, you're here for your missions. Naruto nodded. Yeah. Mira looked at her roster, then at the mission scroll pile. She looked for something in it and pulled out a scroll. Here we are, helping Makari Shiho with her gardening. Naruto took it, but he still didn't leave. Huh, Naruto-kun, is something wrong? Naruto grinned. Well, I was hoping for more missions. Mira looked at him, strangely. I could have given you more missions if you were a team, but, oh. Now, I remember, you can use Cage Buncheon. Mira had a light bulb above her head as she remembered that he can use Cage Buncheon. She was one of the 5 from the Genin exam. Mira smiled. Well, grab anything you want, and I'll check it. Naruto complied. He grabbed, at least, 39, excluding Makari Shiho's scroll, and went off. Sayonara, Mira-sensei. He closed the door. Mira sighed as she went back to the sorting. For the past 4 hours, Naruto did all sorts of missions, ranging from gardening, in which he was great at, to moving things. He is currently at the mission, about to take another mission when an Anbu wearing an eagle mask entered it. Sumimasen, Uzumaki-san, but Hokage-sama requests your presence, he said. Naruto nodded. All right, let's go. Washi Eagle grabbed Naruto's shoulders and shunshined. Washi and Naruto reappeared in front of the currently Ika reading Sandame at the sofa, with the clones doing paperwork. Washi and Naruto's sweat dropped when the Sandame giggled perversely. Ahem. Washi cleared his throat. In an instant, the Sandame hid the book from view and looked at the newcomers. Ah, Washi, Naruto-kun, you're here. The Sandame said. Washi, reporting with Uzumaki Naruto. Dismissed, Washi. Washi nodded and disappeared. The Sandame stood up and walked to the desk and pulled out a scroll. So, Jii-san, what do ya need? Naruto asked. Arthas chuckled. That last line was used by Muradin before. Single quote. The Sandame looked at Naruto. Naruto knew that look. It meant that there is a serious situation. Naruto-kun, 2 hours ago, I sent Teams 7 and 8 on a C-rank mission to Nami no Kuni, client is named Tazuna. But it appears that he lied to us. They met with the demon brothers Gozu and Maizu. Well, I believe this should explain everything. He handed to Naruto the letter. Naruto read, Hokage-sama, it appears that the client, Tazuna, lied to us. Not even a quarter of a distance between Konoha and Nami, we met up with the demon brothers, Gozu and Maizu. We dispatched them, quickly, and interrogated them. They explained that they were sent to assassinate the bridge builder. We knocked them out. Afterward, we, then, interrogated the client. He explained to us that Nami no Kuni was headed by a man named Gato of Gato Industries and he censored the land dry. In other words, Nami no Kuni is dirt poor. Tazuna and some of Nami's people have been building a bridge that will encourage trade relations between Nami and other lands, thus, making Gato less and less powerful. Also, the bridge is a sign of hope for the villagers. Gato is afraid that, upon the bridge's completion, the villagers will rebel against him. In light of this, I suspect that Gato will have hired other assassins to deal with the bridge builder, thus, making this no longer a C-rank mission, but make it a bordering B to A rank mission, and formally request reinforcements. Hitaki Kakashi. P.S. If he is free, I want to request Uzumaki Naruto to be our reinforcements. Naruto looked at the Sandaime. Me? Why me? Well, other teams are preoccupied with D ranks, and from the way that Pakun, Kakashi's summon, the Sandaime added at Naruto's confused gaze, said at what Kakashi said to him, he is desperate. Naruto nodded and pocketed the letter. In that case, I better not waste any time. The Sandaime nodded. You were correct, Naruto-kun. The faster you get to Nami no Kuni, the better. Also, one more thing, be careful with your abilities. Uchiha Sasuke is still hell-bent on killing his brother for killing the clan, excluding him and Mikoto, and will stop at nothing to gain your abilities. Naruto nodded in confirmation and said, I understand. I will take my leave, now, Hokage-sama. Naruto left via Ice Shunshin. The Sandaime sat back at the couch and began to reread the Ika Ika books. Naruto reappeared in front of the mansion, went inside, and began to pack the things, namely, a bunch of Hiraishin kunais, Frostmourne, Ashbringer, weapon and sealing scrolls, you know, the works. Kyuubi and Mikoto looked at him. Mikoto decided to speak up. So, where are you going? Oji-san assigned me to a bordering B to A rank mission, as reinforcements. Naruto said, as he sheathed his Frostmourne and put Ashbringer on his back. Mikoto grabbed him by the shoulders. What? Why you? Why reinforcements? More importantly, why bordering B to A rank mission? She asked, in fast pace. Naruto blushed from the contact and the concern she had. Kyuubi put a hand on her shoulder. Please, calm down, Mikoto-san, if you will, Naruto-sama has to leave ASAP. If you want, I can explain it to you. Mikoto let go of Naruto, though, hesitantly. Naruto grinned. See ya, ladies. He ran down the stairs and disappeared from sight. Mikoto rounded on Kyuubi. Explain. Naruto ran off to the main gates. He saw the two guards that were there, Izumo and Kotetsu. Hey, guys, he greeted them. Can't talk right now. Mission from Oji-san, bye. He said, in fast pace since this cannot record connected words before running. Izumo looked at Kotetsu. Did you understand all that, Kotetsu? Kotetsu shrugged. A bit. Something about a mission from some old man. Hey, only Hokage-sama can give missions, so, Kotetsu's eyes widened when he knew whom Naruto was referring to. He just received a mission from Hokage-sama. Oh, why call him Oji-san, then? Izumo asked. Kotetsu replied, according to Hokage-sama, that's Naruto's way of showing his respect to Hokage-sama. Izumo chuckled. Well, lucky him, he said, sarcastically. What do we do now? Kotetsu replied, I don't know, what do you wanna do? Kakashi cursed. He and Kurenai have been trapped by the Kurigakure no Rijin, one Momochi Zabuza, himself, by a Suiro no Jutsu water prison technique, one arm per prison. Also, his team has been shouting at him to release their sensei, while Kurenai's team has been holding off Zabuza's Mizu Bunshin. Damn it, where is the reinforcements when you need it? I must admit, Kakashi, you and Kurenai's team are formidable. However, they are still 100 years too early to fight me. Zabuza sneered. On to the fight, Mizu Zabuza ducked an attempt to slice his head off as Setsuna aimed for it. He sidestepped to the right as to avoid a Juken strike from Hinata and continued his way onto Tazuna. Team 7 prepared themselves as he came closer. Sasuke said, Sakura, protect the old man, Kiba, cover me. Kiba said, hey, why do I get to protect you? Just do it, Kiba. He shouted. PFF'd, fine. He fed a soldier pill to Akamaru, whose fur turned red after eating one, jumped off of Kiba, turned to said person and charged at the Mizu Zabuza. Gatsuga. Both him and Akamaru formed two cyclones and attacked the clone. Mizu Zabuza just strafed to avoid it and still charged at him. Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu. Sasuke said as a big fireball came out of his mouth and pelted towards Mizu Zabuza. Mizu Zabuza applied chakra to his legs and jumped back to avoid it. Very good, but not good enough. Mizu Zabuza went to the left and was met with Shino's bugs. Oh, it seems I have forgotten about the 6th genin. The bugs scattered and went to surround Mizu Zabuza. He just jumped as high and as quick as he can to avoid the bugs. Back to Kakashi. Well, it seems I was mistaken. They are 5 decades too early to fight me. Zabuza sneered again. How about me? A voice said, from the waters. Everything stopped. Even Mizu Zabuza and Teams 7 and 8 stopped fighting, to look at the newcomer. They turned to the voice. Even from the mist, no one could mistake that spiked blonde hair. Uzumaki Naruto. Zabuza looked at him. Hey, another genin. Perfect, more fodder. Kakashi thought. Naruto. Yes, now we can have some help. If he did learn his heritage, then he must have learned his parents' techniques. Kurenai, on the other hand, thought, the one-man team. What could Hokage-sama be thinking when he sent him for our reinforcements? But, since Hokage-sama trusts him, I'll trust him as well. Both said, in unison, quick, Naruto, get us out of here. The genin, Zabuza, and Tazuna looked on in shock, amusement, and worry, respectively. Sakura shouted, how could that baka free you when we couldn't? Setsuna agreed. As much as I respect his strength for being in a one-man team, I find it highly impossible for him to free them. Naruto grinned. Request accepted. He closed his eyes and opened them to show his normally blue eyes, turned gray and had a swirling pattern. Uzugen. Zabuza widened his eyes and felt himself being censored into a whirlpool. It forced him to release his hold on the water prison. Ga, Zabuza said, as he struggled to get out of the whirlpool. Mizu Zabuza left the bridge builder and went for Naruto, instead. Naruto deactivated the Uzugen and looked at the Mizu Zabuza. He made some hand seals and said, Raiden, Arashi Boruto, too. He raised a hand, lazily, and a bolt appeared on it. He made throwing motion in the direction of the Mizu Bunshin. The bolt bolted from his hand to the Mizu Bunshin. When it hit, the Bunshin shook violently before dispelling. He looked back at Zabuza, who was already standing up. Remember, it's just water, so anyone could just apply chakra to her feet and stay put. I misjudged you, Gaki. Zabuza prepped his Kubikiri Hako. I'll have fun fighting you. Naruto's hand went to Frostmourne, but thought otherwise. If the Uchiha saw this, he'll demand it, might as well go to another weapon. He moved from the Frostmourne handle to his weapon scroll. Oh, afraid that I'll break your sword? Zabuza taunted. Naruto paid no heed. Instead, he unfurled the scroll and took out a katana. I'm afraid that I'll break yours. Naruto taunted back. Zabuza growled. He charged. Naruto followed suit. Zabuza aimed for a right to left slash. Naruto jumped over and landed on it, shocking Zabuza at the boy's resourcefulness. Gotcha. Naruto applied chakra to his feet to make his stay there, no matter how hard Zabuza swung his sword. He ran towards him. Both him and Zabuza traded slashes as they switched from one place to another. Everyone had different thoughts. Sasuke, how could that loser handle Zabuza when I, and Uchiha, can't? I'll get the secret from him. Sakura, how dare that baka steal Sasuke-kun's light? Anyway, Sasuke-kun can do that. He just felt sorry for the baka. Hiba, how could he go toe-to-toe with someone of Zabuza's caliber? Kakashi, hey, yep, I definitely had the right choice for reinforcements. Shino, well, this is impressive. For Naruto-san to go against one of the Kiri no Shinobugatana Nananshu is a very impressive skill. Hinata not only cute, but also skillful with swords. Naruto-kun, you are amazing. Setsuna, the swordsmanship, the fluidity of the slashes, the stance, the form, oh, my god, I just found a great Kenjutsu sensei. Kurenai, well, that removes any doubt I had for his reliability for this mission. Tazuna, whoa, who knew that I chose the right village to hire ninjas? Naruto ended the Kenjutsu battle by jumping a few meters back, stabbing the katana on the ground, making a few hand seals and said, Fuden, Isunkei Tsurugi. He breathed out wave after wave of wind blades. Zabuza tried his very best to avoid it, but got hit by the remaining 1/4 of the wind blades. He got slammed into the tree. Naruto grabbed his katana and slowly walked towards Zabuza, who was trying to sit up. Any last words, Momochi Zabuza? Naruto asked as he raised his katana. Yeah, and it would be. Zabuza was cut off by a senbon's going to his neck. While he slumped unconscious, Naruto raised an eyebrow and looked at the point of origin. He saw a masked individual, wearing a hunter nin outfit, with the mask and Hinata to boot. Naruto went to the body and checked for a pulse. When he felt none, he stood up and pouted. Ah, man, I wanted to kill him. Making the Junin senseis, the Genins, and Tazuna sweat drop. The hunter Nin went to Zabuza. I thank you for weakening him. The hunter Nin said. Naruto and his tenants noted that the voice sounded female. Also, Kyuubi took a whiff through Naruto and her scent proved it, and add the fact that she had curves in the right places. So, what are you going to do to him? Naruto asked the hunter Nin. The hunter Nin said to him, I plan, first, to search him for secrets that might prove useful for Kurigakure no Sato, then, put him out of his misery. Naruto and his tenants noted that she, sort of, put enthusiasm on the last thing. He bowed. Well, don't let me keep you, Hunter Nin-chan. He said, as he smiled. The Hunter Nin blushed under her mask, though hidden, grabbed the body and disappeared via Shunshin. Naruto sheathed the katana and sealed it in his scroll. Afterward, he walked to the group. So, where are we going? Naruto said. Sasuke was about to demand something, when Kakashi slumped to the ground. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi smiled. No worries, Naruto. Just chakra exhaustion. Naruto looked at Tazuna. So, Jii-san, Tazuna had a tick mark on his forehead, where's your house? Tazuna took the lead and said, follow me. Naruto smiled, made some cage buncheons, much to the shock of those who didn't know, and carried Kakashi. The trip to Tazuna's house went quieter than Naruto expected, or so he thought. Naruto carried Kakashi, while the latter was looking around, suspiciously. Sasuke was glaring at Naruto for stealing his thunder, as one would like to call it, with Sakura continuing to cheer said boy up. Kiba, on the other hand, was talking to Akamaru about how he almost had Zabuza whatever, dude. Kurenai also looked around for any other assaults. Shino just kept on walking, stoically. Hinata and Setsuna kept looking at Naruto, in different timespan. Ah, there we are. Tazuna pointed to his house somewhere near their current position. Alright, we'll get Kakashi-sensei patched up, there. Naruto said. They continued on their way. Naruto knocked on the door. Coming. A female voice said. The door opened and a woman of, at least, 29 was there. She had long black hair that reached her back, she wore a pink kimono. She saw Naruto holding Kakashi and said, oh. What happened? Naruto said, excuse us, before walking in, going to the couch, and lay Kakashi there. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the guy the first just carried as Hitaki Kakashi, and there, he pointed to the other newcomers. They followed, Yuhi Kurenai, Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata, Hikashi Setsuna, Inazuka Kiba, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, as they, respectively, excused themselves, went inside the house, and sat down. The woman smiled. Pleased to meet you. I am Tsunami, and, I believe you have already met my father. She gestured towards Tazuna, who grunted. And, that is my son, Inari. She, then, gestured to the boy who was brooding and glaring at them. In response, he also grunted. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the response, but shook it off. He, then, turned Tsunami and said, excuse me, Tsunami-san, is there a free room in this house? Kakashi-sensei needs to rest. She nodded. Of course, this way. Naruto carried Kakashi up, and followed Tsunami up the stairs. Team 7, 8, Naruto, and Tazuna's family were eating lunch, peacefully, all right, not that peacefully. Just quiet. The sequence of the people finishing their food goes, as follows. Shino, Sasuke, Sakura, Kiba, Setsuna, Kurenai, Kakashi, Hinata, Tazuna, Inari, whom afterward just went to his room. Tsunami and Naruto, however, stayed last, with Team 7 and 8 looking on in wait. It was kind of weird how Naruto, the guy who always finished first when eating, finished, well, either second to the last or the last, itself. Naruto kept on staring at his food, while Tsunami kept staring at him, waiting for him to finish. What was weird is that the mouth, arm, hand, jaws, and all other parts of human body responsible for eating, digesting food and the obvious parts were the only things moving, which meant that he kept on eating, while keeping his stare. Tsunami looked at the teams and asked, excuse my asking, but is he always like this? Kakashi shook his head. Nope. In fact, I expected him to finish first, or at least, third place above. Then, what could be the reason for him being Tsunami was cut off by? I'm done, Naruto's voice said, as they turned to see him stand up, pick up his plate, go to the kitchen and clean it. Tsunami stood up and walked to him. Let me do it, Naruto-san. She offered but Naruto shook it off. I mean no disrespect, Tsunami-san, but as a guest and a visitor of this house, and someone who took on this mission, I am obliged to help out in this household. Though, if my behavior is too much to bear, I will cease my actions immediately. Naruto said, as he continued to clean his plate. Tsunami just slowly walked away from him. Chizuna thought, hey, strong and helpful, oh ho, continue like this, boy, and I'll give more missions to Konoha and request you for it. Naruto finished cleaning his dish, utensils, and glass, and walked to the teams. So, what do we do, now? He asked them. Kakashi shook himself out of his stupor. Well, since, me and Kurenai are almost out of chakra, we are going to take a little rest. Kurenai nodded. Agreed. You guys take a breather, for now. We train tomorrow. Kakashi limped towards the stairs, followed by Kurenai. The other genins just went to their own way. Sasuke went to the couch to brood, with Sakura asking him for a date, in which he refused. Hiba also went to the couch and began to groom Akamaru. Shino went to a wall and began to, meditate of some kind. Hinata and Setsuna sat down by the table and began to gossip and all that. Naruto looked around. Well, I can't wait around, I gotta do something, Naruto said, as he raised his arms as a sign of boredom. In the Star Wars universe, one Jaden Core sneezed as he was about to speak about his boredom at Bakura. Excuse me, he said, as he walked to the base. Back to the Naruto universe. Naruto walked to the door. See ya. He opened the door and closed it. Naruto, feeling bored, walked to the village to see the damage done. One word, bad. Well, bad is an understatement. People were on the street, almost half of the village's population. Most of the stores were out of business, while the remaining were either soon to close or destroyed. Naruto frowned. Not even a single attempt to revolt. Chizuna-san better finish the bridge quick or I'll have to finish it for him. Naruto looked and saw a pair of thugs enter a store. Naruto cautiously entered. Hey, old man, it's time to pay up. One of the thugs said. Said old man came out of the door, trembling. I'm sorry. I said that it's time for your payment. Pay up. The thug held out his hand. The old man paled. Please, mercy, he said as he bowed low. The thug taunted. Why? For what possible reason could you be asking me and my buddy for mercy? I don't have I it yet. Oh, the second thug said. Well, it seems we have to do something about this. The old man paled more. No, not that, anything but that, he begged. Anything but Rika, not my daughter. Well, it's either that or pay up, old man, which will it be? The thug asked. You know, it's very rude to force people to do things that they don't want to do. A voice behind them said. All three turned to see a blonde-haired kid, leaning against the doorpost. Yeah, what would you know, kid? Thug 1 asked. Thug 2 looked at him. Where you from, brat? I haven't seen you around here. Naruto shrugged. No one special, just someone who wants to look around. Well, leave. If you're going to look around, don't mess with us. Thug 2 said. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. Naruto said. You see, I heard what you guys were arguing about. So, Thug 1 asked. It seems that you use the person's relative, preferably female, as a leverage to make people bend to your will. An act that I can't stand for. Thug 1 turned to him. Oh, and you have what it takes to stop us, Gaki? He asked. Naruto closed the door to the shop. Oh, that and more. He took out Frostmourne from its sheath. Oh, getting brave, Gaki. Both thugs took out their weapons, mainly clubs and maces. The old man, behind them, tried to give Naruto a message via body language. He shook his head, while waving his arms around. Oh, I am. He stabbed it to the ground and said, Frostmourne no Higi, Seiken Kyushu. The same old bluish glow covered the sword as clouds of frost protruded from the eye sockets. Oh, I'm scared now. Thug 1 said. Then, he felt something draining him. He fell to the ground worse than dead. What's going? He never got the chance to ask as he became the next victim of Frostmourne. Naruto sheathed Frostmourne and walked to the old man. You all right? He asked as he helped him up. No. Did you know what you have just done? The old man asked. Yes, I just killed 2 worse than worthless people, Naruto said, monotonously. No, not that, you just killed 2 of Gato's thugs. Now, he will come here and destroy my shop. The old man panicked. Naruto slapped him to calm him down. Calm down, man, or what you fear will come to pass. Naruto said, here, take this. He pulled out a handful of money. This ought to keep Gato from destroying it anytime soon. Thanks. The old man took the money. Naruto smiled. Anytime. He disintegrated the thugs and used his Hanu no Zengai Kekkei Genkei to make it go to a container for further use. He bowed to the old man and left. Flashback the time when he was staring at the table while eating. Hey, Alexandros Ojii-san, can I ask you a question? Naruto inquired as he walked among the watery depths of the sewer. Alexandros looked at him. Of course you can, son of Kushina. Is the offer for the Kekkei Genkei still available? Naruto asked. Alexandros chuckled. Of course it is. Truthfully, I thought that you had forgotten about that. Yeah, well, anyway, can I choose now? All right, what will it be? Alexandros walked to him. Well, I want a Hanu no Zengai Kekkei Genkei. Naruto said. Oh ho, flames remnant, tackles ash, smoke, and other things that happens after a fire. Got it. Alexandros put both his hands on top of Naruto's head, which glowed. When it subsided, Alexandros said, all right, there it is, have fun with your bloodline limit. Naruto smirked. Oh, I will. Flashback end. Naruto continued to walk along the streets. He inspected different places, such as the bridge, etc. Soon, it was nighttime. Naruto yawned. Well, that wasn't hard. I know this place like the back of my hand, Naruto said as he walked towards Tezuna's home. When Naruto entered the house, he saw that they were having dinner. Ah, Naruto, just in time. Kakashi gestured towards the empty seat. Have a seat. Naruto nodded and went to the table. Itadakimasu, Naruto said. Then, he ate. After the meal, they resigned themselves to their beds, with the exception of Tsunami, who was cleaning the dishes, and Naruto, who wanted to help her. Naruto stood up, went to the kitchen, and helped Tsunami with the dishes. Here, let me help. All right, Tsunami agreed. After 20 seconds, they finished. Thank you, Naruto-san. Don't mention it, Tsunami-san. I can't let a pretty woman such as yourself to ruin her beauty by doing such trivial things, Naruto said as he dried off the remaining dishes. Tsunami blushed. Thank you. Anyway, rest, Tsunami-san. You need it, Naruto said. Hi, good night, Naruto-san. Tsunami replied and she hurriedly went to her bedroom. Naruto looked around for any things out of place. He made cage buncheons to stay in key points in the house, in case someone breaks in, and resigned himself for the night. Thanks.